November 18, 2003, when he was promoted to the position of engineer. Whereas Bradley Pearson served the citizens of Nassau County as an engineer until he announced his retirement effective December 1st, 2025. Bradley Pearson has consistently given all for his employees and the residents of Nassau County, reflected great credit upon the Board of County Commissioners. Whereas Bradley Pearson will be greatly missed by those who had the pleasure of working with him, as well as the citizens of Nassau County he worked so hard to protect. Now therefore be it proclaimed on the 17th day of December by the Board of County Commissioners, Nassau County, Florida, as follows. 1, the board publicly commends Bradley Pearson for his outstanding service and dedication to the citizens of Nassau County. The board, on behalf of the citizens, extends their sincere appreciation to Bradley Pearson for all he's done to make this county great. The board extends their congratulations to Bradley Pearson on his retirement, expresses his best wishes for continued success, happiness, and health in the years to come. I've signed that as chairman of the Board of County Commissioners, attested to by Denise May. Chief, we'd also like to, I believe in the power of prayer, and extend our prayers to Bradley as he continues to fight in his medical condition. Thank you, Chief. Tab C, approve a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Nassau County, Florida, recognizing William Davis on his retirement from Nassau County Fire and Rescue.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner McCullough, second by Commissioner Farmer. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none. Mr. Davis here today? We're going to read one more into the record. Thank you, Chief. Proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Nassau County, Florida, retirement of William Davis, December 17, 2025. Whereas William Davis began his employment with Nassau County on July 2nd, 2004 as a firefighter emergency medical technician. Whereas William Davis was promoted to the position of firefighter paramedic on September 17, 2004, stayed in that position until April 26, 2007, when he promoted again to the position of engineer. William Davis served the citizens of Nassau County as an engineer until he announced his retirement December 5th, 2025. Whereas William Davis has consistently given all for his employees and the residents of Nassau County, has reflected great credit on the Board of County Commissioners. Whereas William Davis will be greatly missed by those who had the pleasure to work with him, as well as the citizens of Nassau County that he worked so hard to protect. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed on the 17th day of December 2025 by the Board of County Commissioners of Nassau County as follows. 1, the board publicly commends William Davis for his outstanding service and dedication to the citizens of Nassau County. The board, on behalf of all the citizens, extends our appreciation to William Davis for all he's done to make this county great. 3, the board extends their congratulations on his retirement, expresses best wishes for continued success, happiness, and health in the years to come. I've signed that as the chairman of the board, attested to by the county attorney. Thank you, William Davis, for dedicated service over 2 decades. Thank you, Chief. Presentations, time limit is 15 minutes. County Manager Pope, recognition for years of service.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity. As you know, the workforce for Nassau County are the individuals who are out every day making a difference in the lives of our community and touching our citizens on a daily basis. We'd like to take a moment to recognize those who have dedicated a career to Nassau County as they reach milestones. And so today, we have 2 individuals we're going to recognize. The first one's all of our friend and a man that we all refer to as Mr. Pooh Bear. So if Darren and Mr. Scott could come forward, we'll start with there.
Well, this is a great achievement. 25 years. You don't find many people that can say that they've worked the same job for 25 years. And Scott, or we all call him Pooh Bear since the day he started, but he come in here and I got to work with him on several jobs as a maintenance helper. Then he moved up, had the opportunity to move up to a truck driver, and that's where he got and just dug in there, and he's one of our lead senior truck drivers now. We depend on him for training the future truck drivers, and, one thing I can say about him, he's what I would call a team player, because we don't always need trucks running. There's times we need people, to help on these big projects. He's the first one that'll say, hey, I won't drive today, I'll get out and help. And, that kind of dedication and, work ethic's hard to find now, and I appreciate Scott and what he's done, and, it's just been a, pleasure working with him for these 25 years, and look forward to working a lot more years with him, so, thank you, Scott.
All right, next I'll ask Ms. Carvalho to come forward and recognizing Ms. Ford today.
Good morning, Brandy Carvalho, Director of Strategic Advancement. I am very excited this morning and proud to recognize Ms. Michelle Ford from the Nassau County Public Libraries, who is our children's librarian. 20 years is a very long time. If you're working with children, I'll bet it feels like an absolute eternity. So we are extremely grateful for all that she's done for Nassau County. I did a little bit of quick math. Marshall, don't check me on this. At minimum, Michelle provides 5 programs to youth in our county per week. That doesn't count the extra programs during the summer. That doesn't count the time she goes out on Saturday and helps out at events. So at minimum, that's 260 programs per year. Over 20 years, that is 5,200 times that she has introduced children to curiosity, to learning, to their first library cards. She's wrangled energy, she's answered impossible questions, but really she's inspired Nassau County youth to be a community that are lifelong learners. It takes a very special person to do this work. We're really so grateful that she's chosen Nassau County to do this, and I'm happy to have Michelle come up and say a couple of words if she would like. Thank you.
It has been an honor and a privilege to be the youth librarian with the Nassau County Public Library System. I recognize one of our commissioners, her children used to come to our programs in
All the
Hilliard
time.
as little
Yes.
babies.
I'm so grateful for you. Yes, ma'am. We are frequent library
Yes, you
visitors.
are.
Yes.
Yes, so, 20 years ago when I first started, one of the funniest things that happens, I was filling some big shoes for one of our former youth librarians. And my first story time ever, I will never forget. I'm sitting there with a bunch of kids in Callahan at the Callahan Public Library, and you're not Miss Diane. Where's Miss Diane? We want Miss Diane back. And it's like the wheels are turning. How can I win these kids over before I start the first story time? They already don't like me. And it was like the biggest intimidation of my life. So I had a picture I kept on my keychain of my kids when they were babies, their age. And then I had on the other side, you flipped it over, it was a heart. And it was them when they were grown up. So I pulled the picture frame out and I said, see these 2 little kids? They're my children and I have so much fun reading to them. Would you like to meet my kids? And I told them about my children. Broke the ice, and from then on I was a wonderful librarian with them. They accepted me and was formed because they knew I had kids too and I could relate to them. But I would say over the years, all the programs that I've done, I've always sought to do more, because to me, the most important foundation you give a child is the love of reading and learning. And that has been my passion, has always been my passion, and will continue to be my passion. And I want to thank you all for the opportunity to serve Nassau County. It truly is a joy, an honor, and a privilege. And giving them that foundation to succeed in life has been my most precious memories. So thank you so much for the honor.
Tab E, presentation by Inspire Placemaking LLC regarding the 2050 Comprehensive Plan Update Development Process.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning,
Elizabeth Back
Elizabeth.
with the Planning Department. So I have the pleasure of introducing Jay McLeod and Chris Doherty of our Inspire Placemaking team. They're going to give a brief presentation to you, and know they've met with each of you individually and have been working through our current ear-based review, looking towards a 2045 update. So with that, Chris and Jay.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, sir.
Chris Doherty, Principal with Inspire Placemaking Collective. As we did before, Jay McLeod, on the other side here, the project manager for the comprehensive plan update, we're going to go ahead and split up the presentation and walk you through the ear, the vision, and then how that's going to be incorporated into the comprehensive plan. So let's see here. I don't know if this is on. Okay. So we'll just quickly recap on where we're at with the 2045 evaluation appraisal review, talk a little bit about the framework of the vision and how that's going to incorporate or how we're going to implement the vision in the 2050 comprehensive plan. And then Jay will take you through the timeline and what we can expect moving through the finishing out this year and then into next year. So just kind of going back to the Vision 2050 process that's kicked off back in 2023. We finished that up in the summer of this year and really transitioned right into the evaluation and appraisal review of the comp plan, which we found out from the state we needed to get accomplished basically, at the end of the summer, which we did. We met the deadline, got the ear transmitted, and we'll be adopting in a couple weeks. So that is all really good news. And then, of course, we're working right into that 2050 comprehensive plan. So as we know, the purpose of the ear is to make sure the comp plan is state compliant with any changes to statutes. We have had some changes going back to 2011 with the Community Planning Act that have changed kind of how we do things with the comprehensive plan. Plus, we've had some other changes with the ear process, which is where we got why we had to finish it up rather quickly. Get it done within that 1 year time frame. We did receive one comment back from the state, really not that big of a comment, which was great. It was more of an editorial comment, so we just need to make sure that we're referencing documents that are adopted as part of the plan appropriately, which is fine. We're gonna go ahead and make sure we address that. And then we will be back, is it January 12th? Is that right? For the adoption hearing for the evaluation and appraisal review. So moving forward, we're going to finish up the ear and then transition into the 2050 vision implementation. So that all started with that public engagement, taking all of that information, all the input that we received from that 2023 to the summer of this year, and then moving that into the comprehensive plan. And with that, we have this framework that we're working with. So we have these core, let's call them cornerstones of the comprehensive plan that we're going to have to then take and implement in the comprehensive plan. And some of these things are going to require some, tough decisions. Jay's going to talk about some of those things that we're looking at that will be certainly new to the county, but we know we have to address connectivity, governance, opportunity, resiliency, and housing, and a number of other items in that framework. We have the vision plan or vision map. This is the preferred scenario. So this is where the land use is going to come into play, and we're looking at how that is going to impact what you have on the future land use map today, and how that may be implemented for 2050. And really, this is just a refresher to kind of bring us back to what we're doing with the comprehensive plan. But I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Jay, and he's going to take you through what we have in store for 2050.
Thanks. Good morning.
Good morning, Jay.
So as Chris pointed out, this is kind of the official kickoff of the update to the comprehensive plan for the 2050 timeline horizon. There has been some work going on in the background, setting the foundation for this by updating the current comprehensive plan elements, the data and analysis, the fundamental information that provides the platform for moving forward. So those have been updated for the current comprehensive plan elements for the 12 that are here. Those are being reviewed by staff at the county, and they will soon be posted on the project website for everyone to review. We're also adding a 13th element for rural preservation. That is a new initiative as part of the vision plan. Wanted to move that forward. And I just want to hit on kind of each one of those elements is going to have updates that are going to move policy forward in the county and help implement that vision for growth and for development and for services. But I just want to hit on a couple big ones, kind of bring those out and talk about those a little bit. The rural preservation is a really important shift in the way that the county thinks about growth management and preserving the character of the rural parts of the county, but also allowing growth in appropriate parts of the county where services and density and other development is desirable. So that'll involve a combination of understanding where agriculture and conservation and silviculture are most appropriate, and kind of discussions about entitled density and development and perceived entitled density development, and aligning those to make sure that the preferred scenario from the vision plan gets moved forward into reality. So those will be some really interesting discussions. And I just want to say also that the county staff did a great job at a recent Christmas event, kind of introducing the public to that, with a really creative passport system with Christmas trees and each one of the elements, and the kids could get their passport filled out while the parents were also there, and had someone to take care of their kids while they looked at and learned a little bit more about the comprehensive plan update process. So I think that was a really successful event and has kind of started extending that awareness that the vision plan started. There's also going to be discussions in the comprehensive plan update about implementing and understanding how utilities will be expanded and services will be provided to new development. So that's going to be discussions about extensions and where that extension happens and how to provide that service in a way that facilitates that growth in those appropriate areas. Transportation improvements are also a big component of any land use discussion, and there's going to be new strategic corridors that are going to be necessary for economic development, for growth, and for connections to regional employment centers, as well as creating employment centers here in the county. And so those will be pretty important strategic investments and decisions, and we want to make sure that the policies of the county in terms of growth support those initiatives and support those priorities. And as we kind of go through the next year of this comprehensive plan update, we already began updating the data and analysis to the 2050 time horizon. Next up will be to update the goals, objectives, and policies of the county to support that community vision and that vision plan, and also to make sure that that is all done transparently and rolled out to the public in a way that's understandable and that kind of aligns everyone behind that vision, which the county has said they wanted, the people of the county said they wanted. So there'll be, online components, hard copy components for those that aren't super excited about going online. We want to make sure we reach people where they're comfortable so that they can be part of the process. There is going to be an interactive website launched fairly soon, and that the current county Vision 2050 website is being updated to roll into the comprehensive plan and support that, so people already familiar with where to go can keep going to that source for more information, and that's where those elements will be posted very shortly as well for review. There will also be in the near future 3 in-person public meetings, and we want to make sure geographically we hit the county, so we've kind of divided it into thirds, and we'll make sure that we have outreach in those areas so that people can come and join us and learn more and participate. And then there'll also be some stakeholder meetings to make sure that we're touching all the people that need to be involved to make sure that everyone is rowing in the same direction. Just to briefly hit on the timeline, we're here in December. Like I said, in task 5 there, the data and analysis are being updated and reviewed and will be posted very shortly. Those extend out to the 2050 time horizon. After that, we'll roll into updating goals, objectives, and policies. That information will be rolled out to the public in late fall of next year, so early fall, mid-fall. And then the approval process is a legislative process coming before the planning board and the board of commissioners in the latter part of next year. So that just concludes the update and the kickoff for the comprehensive plan process.
Thank you. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Chris. Any questions or comments? That's it.
I think my biggest comment is really that 13th element, the West Side Historical, looking at that conservation. I know that was something that I myself had advocated a lot for, is that we really have that rural agricultural protection, and we're able to, Nassau looks like Nassau in 100 years. So I'm excited to see this come into fruition the next year, and I really hope that the continued public engagement is fruitful. So thank you, gentlemen.
Commissioner Martin, any comment, sir?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Consent items. If any board member wishes to move a consent item to new business, please do so now. I have no speaker cards on consent items.
Mr. Chairman, move tab W, please. And with that, I'd entertain a motion.
Hang on one second. Commissioner Farmer.
Okay, can we move tab S as well? I'd just like to
Okay,
have Robert talk about that.
all right, now, so it's S and W.
Okay, is there any further movements? No? Seeing none, Mr. Chairman, make a motion to approve the consent items, except W and S.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Gray, second by Commissioner Farmer to approve the consent item agenda with the exception of tab S and W. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, consent passes. New business. Any member of the public may address items under new business at any time. There is a 3-minute time limit. The speaker cards, I assume you want to speak when the tab is called, even if not noted. So I'm going to hold those for when I call those tabs, because I don't have any for general public comment. Okay. New business, tab S, approve and authorize chairman to execute work authorization number 6, contract number CM3359 for Crawford Road asphalt repairs in the amount of $342,696.08. Commissioner, Mr. Pope, I'm sorry. Moved by
Go to
Commissioner
Mr.
Farmer.
Companion.
Mr. Companion.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. What you have before you in item S is repairs and addressing some of the issues along the shoulders of Crawford Road and the edges, where, as you know, there's a pretty curvy section there that stretches from the new portion we built just a few years back and between US 1. So this project here will be addressing those issues and addressing those edge conditions as well.
I wanted to ask you why had you, I haven't had a chance to call you on it, but there's a pretty good sized dip down there to the west of the power lines that I know that our people are aware of. But I think it's probably a culvert issue or a drainage issue, but I wanted to make sure that, we, put it out in the open, that we're doing our best to try to mitigate that.
Yes, sir, we do have a plan to address that as well.
Appreciate that, thank you. Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Farmer, second by Commissioner McCullough. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Tab S passes 5-0. Tab W, approve and authorize the chairman to sign piggyback contract CM 4054 with Romtech Incorporated for design and supply of prefabricated restroom at Wilson Neck in the amount of $185,073.00.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pope.
Through the chair. So about 5 years ago, when we adopted the Parks and Recreation Open Space Master Plan, it was a twofold approach. One is that we would build new capacity, building new parks, West Side Regional Park, Nassau Crossing Park, but at the same time, we would bring up the quality of the existing facilities that we have across the county. And so over the years, you've seen playground equipment added to Hilliard and Briceville parks. And so one of those enhancement projects that have been in the works for a while is the Wilson Neck Boat Ramp. It's a heavily utilized public facility. As someone that grew up in the area and still has family in the Wilson Neck area, it's utilized for all sorts of activities, from food trucks to birthday parties, in addition to the boat ramp part of it. And so we did a design project for it, have a little master plan that kind of brings it, the level of service up. And the first step of that is putting in permanent restrooms. And so it's a long time coming. I know Commissioner Gray and I have talked about this for several years now, and so we're ready to finally pull the trigger and install the restrooms.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to put that on the record. I know that overutilized public boat ramp is lacking those restrooms, and I get a lot of inquiries on that. And increasing our levels of services for our citizens is a major initiative we're working on, and I just want to put that on the record that it's coming. And thank you, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Farmer?
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on what Commissioner Gray says and put it out there for the public that, I mean, I know a lot of people sitting in this room utilize these boat ramps. And if you see somebody doing something crazy or malicious to our facilities, please reach out to Nassau County Sheriff's Office and report it. You know, don't go over and be a hero, but be a good witness. And if you can, you know, take a photograph of a tag number or something so we have something to work with, because we want to ensure that these people pay for the repairs to these facilities, because we really work hard, and it's all of our money at the end of the day that goes into these facilities. So I just wanted to say thanks to our facilities maintenance staff and the people that are working hard to unclog drains and do the work that these crazy people do to our facilities. But if you see somebody doing something like that, you know, please just be a good witness and report it so we can, make these people pay moving into the future. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion on tab W.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gray, second by Commissioner Farmer. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 5-0. Thank you. New business, any member, correction, I've already read that. Tab Y, the clerk respectfully requests the Board of County Commissioners set a public hearing January 12, 2026, for the Planning and Zoning Board application V2025-004, appeal filed by Thomas W. Miller III and Michelle Miller, owners.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Gray.
a motion to set a public hearing January 12, 2026, related to tab Y.
Second?
I have a motion from Commissioner Gray, second by Commissioner McCullough. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. 5-0. Legislative public hearings. Madam Attorney, if you'd please read the process
Yes, Mr. Chair.
and procedures.
The following items, tabs Z through AC, are legislative items. The procedures are in place to give all who wish to speak for or against an item the opportunity to do so. The persons wishing to speak in favor of or against the item being considered will have 3 minutes to address the board. All statements should be addressed to the board and only the item under consideration. Speakers should not engage in personal attacks on other speakers, staff, or board members. Please begin by stating your name and address for the record. Speakers should not be repetitive or restate the same information as prior speakers. Sharing or transferring of time is not allowed. The clerk will control the time. Again, that is 3 minutes. Any speaker that has documents as a part of their presentation will present them to the deputy clerks. They do become a part of the permanent record. The meeting is being recorded, so please no applause, outburst, or talking, as it does distort the recording. The board will then close the public hearing and discuss the item under consideration. You may ask questions of other speakers or staff. You will then deliberate and vote on the item before you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Tab Z, final public hearing to consider the adoption of ordinance amending Chapter 34, Nassau County Code of Ordinance entitled Comprehensive Impact Fee Ordinance as it pertains to park and recreational facility impact fees, fire rescue impact fees, law enforcement impact fees, and administrative facility impact fees. Mr. Ironman? I'm going to open the floor to public discussion on tab Z. Staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we all know, this has been a very engaged process. We've been working on the study. Our public interactions, receiving feedback from the public, has been more than 2 months out there. We've had 3 public workshops. We had the initial part of the public hearing, and this is the continuance of the public hearing from December 8th. So I'm going to walk through a couple things. Again, just going back to what are impact fees. Essentially, it's a fee on new development, and it can be referred to as many different things in many different areas. And so capital recovery, expansion fees, mitigation fees, service availability charges. It's different names at different places. There are actually 29 states that have enabling impact fee legislation. And just in Florida, now this number was 2022, 43 of the 67 Florida counties collected impact fees. That's not to say how many municipalities within those counties or within the 67 counties also collect impact fees. And essentially, an impact fee is a charge on new development to pay for the construction or expansion of off-site capital improvements that are necessitated by and benefit that new development. We're going to echo this a couple different ways, but impact fees are one-time charges imposed on these new development projects. Collecting these fees by government ensures that new development pays for its fair share of the costs associated with growth without placing the full burden on existing residents. Funds those items. Big important part to note is that impact fees are not used for operations and maintenance. And we say that because when we deal with it, let's say the impact fees pay for a new police cruiser. Well, it doesn't pay for that deputy. It doesn't pay for all of the facilities. It might pay for one component of that. But when we replace that cruiser, that comes out of the ad valorem taxes. And so there's that balance of the ad valorem taxes with the ongoing operations and maintenance for every item. But that initial mitigation of additional capacity is through the impact fees. Again, it's fairly consensus that, this is the understanding of impact fees, whether it's on our side of the table on the government, whether it's the developers, whether it's out in the public. We all see it as this is a method for growth to pay for the cost of infrastructure and public services that they benefit from, and to really offset their impact and really take it to the point that growth pays for growth. You will see again, is echoed by National Association of Home Builders in their impact fee primer. This is a way that impact fees paid by new residents or growth, which can pay for the growth without increasing property taxes on a wider community. Where our current impact fees are today, we should note we have our schedule from the last study. That's in our ordinance. Currently, the cities and towns do not collect any of these impact fees. So when we talk about the potential of them collecting in the future, currently they have not elected to collect any of those items through the interlocal. And I'm talking about the comprehensive impact fees, so the mobility is a different discussion. The city of Fernandina Beach does collect the mobility, as I understand. School fees are not a component of the county's operations. We do not calculate the school fees. We do not manage those school fees. We do, through our responsibility, collect them as part of the permit process, and those are directly passed through back to the school district. But this gives you an idea of what our current fee schedule is today. When we look at what impact fees do and kind of generally how they manage or impact the projects that we're working on, I pulled this component out of our capital improvement plan. And so we go through that capital improvement plan. We walk through the projects that we have for that additional capacity, but it lays out where these impact fees are being funded, where they're projected to be funded or spent in different areas. And so you'll see things, it's additional capacity, right? So Hilliard Ballpark was built previously. We use the impact fees to increase capacity on that park because it's clearly impacted by additional population growth within the area. And so you'll see a lot of items in here. You've got Tributary Community Park, you've got Black Rock Cove Community Park, American Beach Historic Park, Nelson Boat Ramp, Nassau Crossing. You've got roads such as Sunberg, Hendricks, Amelia Island Parkway, portion of the courtroom expansion. So we've expanded that to meet the new demands. Our Civic Center campus, again, Westside Regional Park, Callahan Ballpark improvements, all of these items that are really focused on expanding existing capacity. The list continues. We have items such as sheriff vehicles, as I mentioned, Tributary Park, Fire Station 30 with some of the capacity. That's a very small amount because we're replacing an existing one, so we can only look at the additional capacity there. But we run through this, and this is important to know, is you've got about $5 to $7 million coming in on an annual basis across the mobility and comprehensive impact fees. And these are directly going back into those capital improvement projects to meet those needs that are driven by the new development. When we talk about impact fee credits, so I know this has been confusing because we talked about credits that we apply to reduce the fee amount. There's actually legislation that when developers build projects, we have to provide them a credit. And in this case, it's developers are building projects in lieu of paying impact fees, right? So they could pay the park impact fee, or they could build the park and get credit for building the park. And what the benefit to us is typically what this means is rather than the county waiting, collecting those fees over a period of time and building the park at the end, by working through these relationships with the developers, they're able to build the parks today, get those impact fee credits, and we receive that benefit initially.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner McCullough?
Yes.
Before you go to the slide, I know this was a dialogue that we had had multiple times, and this is why I want it to attention, because I'm just gonna be honest, Marshall, several people have called me, I know all of our phones have rang off the hook for a month straight, is that, developers coming in, they don't pay any impact fees, and so I've tried to educate the residents, especially on the west side, that yes, developers have huge bills when they come in and pay, and so thank you for making that clear, that it is a credit on part of the fee, that when a developer comes in and builds a neighborhood, they don't get a green pass from us, no impact fees here, go about your way.
Correct. Correct. And it's actually, I mean, through this relationship, it really works well for both parties. Currently, we've got about $25 million in impact fee credits that are out there for developers. But let's look at, I pulled two examples. You've got Nassau Crossing Park. That park is already active. It's being fully utilized by sports organizations, other entities, the splash pad, all of those components. If we had waited till we collect enough money to build that park, we wouldn't be able to utilize it today. And so this relationship with the developers work, from their standpoint, it gives a nice, beautiful park when they're selling their homes. It helps attract people to that area. And from our standpoint, it becomes active in the system much sooner. Again, you look at Tributary Fire Station. We have a brand-new fire station. We have a ladder truck. We have a rescue unit that are stationed there. If we had to collect $7.5 million in impact fees to build that, it would still be under design and it wouldn't be moving forward at this point in time. And so this is a good relationship where those impact fee credits actually benefit both parties to keep things moving forward. So under Florida state law, we've talked about is Section 163 basically identifies the impact fee laws, what we can go through. What we've been talking about a lot through this last 2 months is the extraordinary needs. And that's when we're looking at exceeding the 50%. There are certain criteria that we have to address, and this allows us flexibility as we move forward. But Florida law also provides limitations. So, as we know, impact fees can't be increased more than once every 4 years. And so as costs increase, the day you adopt the fees, you fall behind on the fees. 90 days till the first fee is implemented, and then if we're doing it over a period of time, you're not allowed to increase those for another 4 years. And as we know from the past, fees change quickly in that 4-year period. We've done the extraordinary needs memo that's in the packet, and basically looking to seek that cost recovery before it's implemented. Impact fees will, again, never represent the full cost of recovery. And then we have future limitations. And so as we move forward, it becomes more and more restrictive each year on what we can collect through these impact fees and what percentage we will be able to increase them. But under the current law, what we have is if we actually didn't use the extraordinary needs and we met the 50% cap, that'd be about $8.9 million less that we would receive. And so to maintain those current projects, we would be basically backfilling that $8.9 million with ad valorem tax dollars or reducing those projects in the pipeline. Alternatively, that's about a 0.15 mils that we would be looking at in that area. We walked through this one before. I'll go through it quickly, but the historical housing values, as we know, the last studies for Park was 2019, the impact fee study of 2020, and mobility in 21. Cumulative since 2020, we've seen single-family home prices increase over 60%. And that's coming out of one database. As we look at the local items from the Association of Realtors, we see, this is year over year for October, that's 70% increase since 2020. We've seen construction and building cost index up there hitting nearly 40%, and that's just one component of the costs that go into it. There's also labor, there's other areas that we see. But essentially, since 2020, our building cost increases have gone up. We have had no increase in our user fees or impact fees, while home prices have continued to exceed 60, 70% on the growth. And so this is one of those areas where it's kind of that inverse relationship. When we keep our fees flat, the market still does what the market does. So home prices are set by the market. Our adjustments in fees have had zero impact in that marketplace, and so we've got to look at that inverse correlation as we move forward as well. So in the 2025 study, this is essentially based on existing level of services. And what that means is we're not seeking to increase the standards in the community. We're basically saying if we have an existing standard today, anybody moving to this county, new construction should maintain that existing standard. Otherwise, it's the burden on the current residents to make up for that, or everybody's standard or level of service goes down and diminishes. And so that was one of the big things we looked at. As we move forward from the last 2020 study, things to note is We have increased levels of service. There's been a clear direction from the board with new fire stations, parks, all of those items, and so this study reflects those increases in services. In the last study, we didn't include land values, and so some of this cost increase is not just the cost that we see in the marketplace, but because we've increased levels of service and because we didn't include certain components such as land in the last study, it adds to that increase as well. And when we look at the study again, when we talk current level of service, that's the current replacement value. So if we have a building today that we would have to replace today, that's where we bring in those costs. But what we did through this analysis is we actually discounted a lot of those. So if we have the benefit of getting advanced purchase agreements on land, we've passed through that discount. So we didn't do the full land value. We looked at potential discounts that we'd had. And so in going through the communications with the builders and other entities, we essentially looked at if there was any area that we could give them a little bit to bring the fee down. We worked with them and we brought that fee down through the process while still trying to maintain that existing level of service. And what it also means is since you are an existing level of service model, you do not need to bring up any of the existing facilities. It's looked at on a system-wide basis, and so we meet those standards today. Without going back through the analysis of the last studies, I mean, the proposed fees that we have, and we use that 2,000 square foot home as kind of the analysis, it will raise to 7,322, so that's about a 97% increase where it is today. And again, this is driven by the extraordinary needs, right? So the fee that we have in the agenda item today is proposing that we go to the maximum, but we phase it in over 2 years. So effective April 1st would be the first increase, and then a year later, the second increase. And again, I go back to the municipalities. So as mentioned before, we have impact fees in place today. The municipalities have not elected to collect those impact fees, and that ordinance section still applies. And so moving forward, for any of those impact fees to be collected within a municipality, we would have to have an interlocal agreement with them for them to collect them on our behalf. So next steps where we go from today really is we've provided the maximum fee. We're looking to confirm that final fee for adoption. We've proposed the 2-year phasing within the analysis, but let's seek to confirm that phasing if there's any other alternatives through the board. And then after this, 90 days, the first increase, and then as we know, we can't do the next study until basically December 2029, where we could work forward on that side. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll pass it to you for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ironman. I'm now going to call to the podium those who've completed public comments to speak on tab Z. I have a quick question in point of order. I have over 20-some speaker cards. Some left the tab blank, some filled in Z, some filled in A, Z, A, B, A, C. I'm assuming that the speech is all on impact fees and mobility fees? Or should I call them by the ones that have completed the letter first? So I'll do it by that, and then the other ones would be at the end. Or I can send these other ones out to get the,
To get the tab number
Yeah,
that they
get
wish
the
to
tab
speak
numbers on
on.
there.
That is the only way we'll be able to call them.
Mr. Abby Bergen.
My name is Abby Burgeon. My address is 95580 Sonoma Drive, Bernardina Beach. I'm a homeowner here in Nassau County and a lifelong resident. I want to start with a question. Who should pay for the growth? New developments or families who already live here? I believe growth should pay for itself, and that's why I support raising these impact fees for new construction. If we don't raise these fees, the cost of growth will continue to fall on current residents like me through higher property taxes. And to me, that's not fair. I want to say that I am proud of this current commission for not raising our property taxes over the last 3 years like our school board continues to do year over year. Our county is facing a major funding gap, and I believe this growth should not burden the existing homeowners. This proposal is balanced and targeting the areas driving growth without hurting affordability. This will ensure new development contributes continues to contribute its fair share. I am asking the commission to vote yes on raising the impact fees. It's a responsible way to keep up with growth, protect our infrastructure, and avoid raising property taxes on the families who already live here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Justin Silveri, I'm sorry.
Morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, sir.
How are y'all? Justin Selvera, 45243 Cary Boulevard, Callahan, Florida. Lifelong resident. Many of you saw my email. Oh, sorry, I confused you with Martin yesterday.
That's okay.
Wishing you well.
Thank you, sir.
So obviously, I'm opposed to, I don't think any of us are opposed to fair and reasonable increases in the impact fees or mobility fees. I think that the major opposition would be the drastic change. And I know that y'all published the fact or fiction paper that you did the other day. And I think that in there you had a few talking points. You said that the impact fee wouldn't increase the cost of or impact the affordability of houses. And I think that if cost goes up for general construction, prices follow that trend. And I know that the study shows that it went up by, average sale price went up by about 70%, cost of construction went up by 37%, and the impact fees stayed at 0% over the course of that study. However, if cost goes up, price goes up. That's how that works. No builders and developers aren't going to eat the cost. That gets passed down to those potential buyers. So yeah, I think that the main thing that I wanted to get across is just an opposition not to impact fees, but just more so the extraordinary circumstances clause that y'all are trying to use to get those impact fees so much higher. And I think that's it. I appreciate you guys.
Thank
Y'all
you,
have
sir.
a great day.
Yes, sir, thank you. Ms. Heather Hagan?
Heather Hagan, 45639 Musselwhite Road, Callahan, Florida, 32011. So that, I just come up here to talk about the impact fees, and the fact that the developers do put parks in and stuff, and raising the fees just for new residents that come in here. It's gonna create a burden for those that are moving into neighborhoods. These people that wanna buy land and put in homes are gonna pay extraordinary amounts of impact fees. I think that there's a lot of developers in this county now, especially with Wildlight. We have a lot of new neighborhoods going in there, the Garden District. I just saw 4 or 5 new builders. 2 of them are not building in this county. You guys wanted this growth. And I remember 3-4 years ago, I'm also a realtor in this county, where citizens stood up here and said, don't put this neighborhood in. Our roads can't handle it. And you guys did. You didn't listen to them back then. And now let me tell you something. I'm trying to get some zoning changed. I had to call 3 attorneys. The last one finally said he would go before the commission to change zoning. The first 2 told me they would never come to this county again to change zoning because it was too difficult. I don't know if that's the reputation you guys want, but that's what you're getting. Other than if it's outside of Wildlight, that's where the problem's gonna be. If it's in Wildlight, you guys just do whatever you wanna do. And whatever they want in there, you guys give them, and that's unfortunate to see. So I have a very large project we're getting ready to change the zoning on in this county. But literally, when I put in a 20,000 square foot skating rink in this county, it's now gonna cost me an extra $75,000 on my building permit. And I have 10 buildings planned, from skating rinks to indoor miniature golf. That's a 12,000 square foot building. Indoor golf simulator, that's a 3,000 square foot building. These are all commercial buildings that I'm putting in. And I gotta put in a turn lane. I have to run my own water and sewer. You know, I'm paying a lot to do that. And Duval County would pay me to bring this facility there. So I just hope that y'all really think about what you're doing when it comes to raising those impact fees and stuff. The developers in Wildlight should pay a lot more than they're paying. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Micaiah Wellington?
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Micaiah Wellington, 96451 Black Rock Road, Yulee, Florida. I'm a lifelong resident of this county, and I'm here today on behalf of many friends and family in the county, MCG Homes and Northeast Florida Builders Association. Just want to clarify going into this, speaking to the extraordinary circumstances clause, we are not opposed to increases in fees. However, we are opposed to implementing the extraordinary circumstances. So the Northeast Florida Builders Association disputes the county's attempt to demonstrate extraordinary circumstances. There's nothing extraordinary about the growth Nassau County has experienced. In fact, County Commission has regularly discussed the level of growth within the county over the last few years. Counties throughout Florida with substantially more growth than Nassau County have even opted against declaring extraordinary circumstances while still experiencing the rising cost of government projects cited by Nassau County staff. In 2019, Nassau County Development Trends Report actually predicted a population growth rate of 37.8% for Nassau County between 2019 and 2030, significantly higher than the 20.7% prediction being used in the county's extraordinary circumstances needs study. This study shows that the predicted population is neither unexpected nor extraordinary. A recent example of this is St. Johns County Commission adoption of new impact fees that was adopted on Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025, which did not include impact fee increases beyond the 50%. Not to mention CSSB 1080 that was passed by the Florida legislation this year and signed by Governor DeSantis, which would require a unanimous vote of the county commission to declare extraordinary circumstances along with more detailed justification, and that goes into effect on January 1st, 2026, and is referenced on the floridahouse.gov website. The county has rushed this vote to meet that deadline, and our association is concerned that there may be additional issues with these studies due to the shortened timeframe. The studies have changed multiple times, with our association only receiving the final mobility fee study on Tuesday, December 9th, which was a mere 6 days ago. We would ask that we delay the study on this and consider avoiding the extraordinary circumstances clause. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Randy Martinuzzi?
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Randy Martinuzzi, Summit Investment Corp., 2120 Corporate Square Boulevard, Jacksonville, Florida. So I'm here on behalf of Summit Investment, and we have multiple parcels that we hold. We're not talking about buying, we're things that we already own. Sandy Ridge, Sandy Bluff, Sandy Oaks, Sandy Land, and Calico. As zoned, these subdivisions comprise of over 425 lots with over 390 yet to be built. Your proposal to avoid phasing with respect to the mobility fees by raising them 274%, as well as 97% increase on impact fees, will cost us nearly $4 million over the next 4 years. These costs are above and over the $4.5 million that we already have to pay for these subs. Of each of these 5 subdivisions, we have traffic reports from experts and internal documents from your staff when we were doing rezoning that shows there's excess capacity and underutilization of roads leading to state roads, primarily 200, and with respect to 3 of them, which all are on Roses Bluff Boulevard, way underutilized. There is a potential that once we cross over the threshold of 153 houses in these 3 subdivisions, we may need to add a left turn lane at Chester Road. Extraordinary circumstances, that's our beef. Absolutely not. And absurdly, we would have to pay $8.4 million of impact fees and mobility fees on lands that we already own. And at the same time, we'd have to build neighborhood parks, internal roads with an HOA burdened with the maintenance since approximately 2008. Buildings left, we'd have to build left turn lanes, right deceleration lanes, pave dirt roads leading to our subdivisions, and not even getting impact fee credits. That's on past history. That can't continue. Extraordinary circumstances, absolutely no. East of I-95, just a few years ago, as somebody else said, you approved the William Burgess overlay. This year, you approved the Tied to Timber overlay. We have access to the hearing, the minutes, the preamble, the ordinance, everything that everyone said. And in all of that, if this is really important that you need to increase impact fees, then you need to put a moratorium on that, slow that down. To do everything extraordinary and to take all the land that we own and to put that burden on us is just unconscionable. When we built Sandy Ridge, our costs of asphalt, lime rock, concrete, and plastic pipe were up 67% due to the inflationary costs of the leadership and the spiking interest rates. We have only sold approximately one, this is 89 houses, we've only sold approximately one per month. We have lowered the prices. We cannot afford another $10,000 per house. Please.
Thank you, sir. Elizabeth Buchanan.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Buchanan. I'm a lifelong resident, 2115 Thrasher Lane, Fernandina Beach. I'm just here to oppose the extraordinary circumstances today for impact and mobility fees. So Nassau County continues to compare its proposed fees for St. Johns County. St. Johns County has some of the worst affordability crisis in Northeast Florida by far. The median home prices are over $500,000 and nearing $600,000 several times this year. This has turned St. Johns County into a bedroom community because essential workers cannot afford to live there, which hurts jobs and it hurts business growth. According to a recent report by the National Association of Realtors, the average age for the first-time home buyer is now 40 years old, which is an all-time record, and it shows the crisis of attainable housing in Florida, which is definitely still applicable here in Nassau County. 24% of the cost of every new home is coming from government bureaucracy and regulation. These increases will continue to add to that total. Apartments are even worse, with over 40% of their cost are due to regulation and bureaucracy. And I don't think that it's fair that if you have a lot of land and you want to build a home, 24% of the value of your home is going towards government bureaucracy. Adding these fees directly to home buyers will make the affordability situation worse and continue to reduce access to housing in Nassau County for essential workers like our law enforcement workers, firefighters, teachers, and nurses. So I really, really encourage you all to consider our opposition to the extraordinary circumstances. We understand I'm a builder in this local community. I'm not a developer. I build homes for individual residents. And these impact fee increases will be detrimental to their overall ability to afford to build a home and even get the project off the ground. So I really implore you to consider that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Katie Harless?
Good morning. Katie Harless, 83247 Yulee Court, Fernandina Beach, Florida. I'm here to oppose the extraordinary circumstances on the impact and mobility fees. The true cost of these fees is not simply what is shown on the charts presented. That's because these fees get rolled into people's mortgages, since builders and developers do not pay these but simply pass them along. The proposed fee increases roughly doubled due to the interest on the mortgage, meaning that a $20,000 in fees actually ends up costing a home buyer more than $40,000 over the lifetime of their mortgage. Is adding more than $40,000 to a new home buyer's purchase the direction Nassau County wants to move? This also applies to
new businesses coming into the county to create jobs. In the fact versus fiction press release that the county put out on Friday, the point was made that impact fees do not discourage economic development because the county will grant waivers to large economic development projects. But how will this help small businesses, which make up over 90% of Nassau County? The county also declaring that impact fees will not increase housing prices is very concerning. If the county dramatically increases these fees, they will absolutely be passed on to the new home buyer or to new businesses. Adding a fee or tax always increases the price of a product or a service. That is just basic economics. Thank you for hearing us.
Thank you, ma'am. The rest of the cards that I have are labeled with other letters than Z. Is there anyone that thinks I missed them under tab Z? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we got someone raising their hand.
I'm sorry.
We're moving on from impact fees now?
Sir?
We're moving on from impact fees now?
Well, I mean, the next, I tell you what, anyone that wrote down impact fees. Mr. Kinzer? I'm sorry, I assumed it under a future tab, so we can just, that's all right, we can do it now. That's why I'm making sure I keep these in the.
Yes, sir, I appreciate it.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, guys. My name is Brian Kinzer, 86592 Riverwood Drive, Yulee, Florida. Thank you, guys, for being here and for having us. It's a good opportunity to get together, and we appreciate your service. I'm the 2025 chairman of the Nassau County, the Nassau Council for the Northeast Florida Building Association, and I own Advocate Roofing here in Nassau County. In opposition to the extraordinary needs memos, according to the county's own memo, the county anticipates a resident population increase of 20,000 people over the next 10 years, which would constitute a 19% increase from the current resident population level. How is this less than 2% growth per year extraordinary? The memo also states that the county hasn't raised their impact fees since 2020. As a reason for extraordinary needs, the memo neglected to mention that Florida statutes only allows these fees to be increased once every 5 years. Therefore, that is not a reason to claim extraordinary needs. It also mentions the need to increase fees so the county can be regionally competitive. It seems that raising fees and taxes makes the county less competitive. That is why people are fleeing from high tax and high fee states to ones that are more business friendly. We've seen a dramatic slowdown in the housing market in 2025, in part due to people simply being unable to afford the average home anymore. And I'd like to close with just a reminder that our kids are going to be buying these houses, your kids, my kids, and we need them to be affordable. We need affordable housing here, and it's going up steadily. So thank you, guys. Thank you for having us. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that submitted a speaker card that I haven't called yet? Your last name, sir? Baldwin. Mr. Baldwin, please come forward.
My name is Seth Baldwin. I live at 54311 Heron Road, Callahan, Florida, 32011. Been a lifelong resident of Nassau County, and this is in opposition to the extraordinary circumstances. Commissioners, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I understand Nassau County is growing rapidly, and as a real estate agent, we see this, and I agree infrastructure matters. Roads, public safety, and utilities are critical, but raising impact fees and mobility fees right now, I believe, will significantly worsen housing affordability at the worst possible time for local families. Currently, the Nassau County median household income is approximately $89,000, while at the same time, the median home price is around $500,000. Mortgage rates remain above 6% nationwide. First-time home buyers are at record lows, and the average first-time home buyer is now, as someone pointed out, 40 years old. It's not because people don't want to buy houses, it's because affordability has collapsed. It is important to be clear about who actually pays these fees. Developers do not absorb them. Builders pass them directly to buyers and renters through higher home prices and higher rents. This policy, in effect, is another tax on housing, and it hits hardest on first-time home buyers, working families, and the seniors trying to downsize. Nassau County already faces serious housing supply constraints. We have limited buildable land due to wetlands and environmental restrictions. When these fees increase sharply, builders respond to either building fewer homes or building only higher-end homes that can absorb the cost or shift the development to other counties. All three outcomes reduce supply and push prices higher. Other Florida counties provide a cautionary tale. When fees or growth restrictions rise too aggressively, development does not stop, it simply moves. Those counties end up with fewer homes, fewer jobs, and less long-term tax revenue. And someone did point out earlier that taxes have not increased, but they have, because as home prices increase, we all know that those prices increase as well. These fees also hurt economic development, such as the business owner that's looking to make some substantial increases. Small businesses, restaurants, and services face massive upfront costs under higher mobility fees that discourage job creation and favor large corporations over local entrepreneurs. It's also critical to understand that impact fees and mobility fees can and cannot do by law, as it was pointed out. They cannot fix existing traffic or infrastructure deficiencies. They can only be used for capacity needed by new development. Raising them will not solve today's problems, even around wildlife or congestion problems. It'll only tax future homeowners. There are better alternatives before increasing housing costs that the county should review. They should review funds from lower priority projects, slower defer non-essential capital initiatives, and reduce administrative overhead. Every dollar saved internally is a dollar that does not need to come from home buyers. The county should also aggressively pursue state and federal infrastructure funding, bonding strategies, and grants. Nassau has strong credit, rapid growth, and legitimate infrastructure needs. I think if growth should be managed and responsibly, not punished. These proposed fees increases will raise housing costs, slow development, and weaken our local economy. I just respectfully ask to vote no.
Thank you, sir. All right, I have no other cards for tab Z. Sir? Yes, sir, you'd put tab AC, so would you like me to change that to Z? Okay, I'll change that to Z if you want to come on up.
Thank you, Commissioners. I apologize for that.
It's okay. Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Carr.
About impact fees there. My name is Octavius Carr, representing Northeast Florida Builders Association as a builder myself.
Your address, sir. I'm sorry, your address too, for the record.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
40 East Adams Street.
Thank you, sir.
Florida. So if the county commission adopted the ordinance declaring extraordinary circumstances and increasing impact and mobility fees above 50%, such ordinance would violate Section 28, Chapter 2025-90, known as Florida Laws of Florida, the Emergency Management Law, which provides that no local government listed in the federal disaster declaration area for Hurricanes Debbie, Helene, or Milton may propose or adopt such restrictive or burdensome land development regulations before October 1, 2027. And such regulations shall be null and void ab initio, or as if it never existed. The proposed ordinance would impose impact and mobility fees which are more burdensome than those contained in the current impact and mobility fee ordinances. Nassau County was listed in the Federal Disaster Declaration for Hurricane Debbie and Milton, so the law applies to any proposed county or land development regulations. Pursuant to the emergency management law, if the board adopted the ordinance today, declaring extraordinary circumstances, it will be a violation of the emergency management law, and such adoption will be null and void or ab initio, or as if it never existed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. Mr. Pope, I have a quick question. Is our impact fees are part of our land development code?
They are not.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Okay, any questions for speakers or Mr. Ironman before I close the floor to public discussion?
No, sir.
Board deliberation, or I'll entertain a motion on tab Z.
Okay, Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner McCullough.
I do have a little bit of deliberation. You know, this is our chance to talk in the public with everyone else too. I do want to address a couple things that I had in my own research. I heard them come up several times during the speaker notes, so this would be a great opportunity maybe for Mr. Pope and Mr. Ironman to clarify a couple things. The message resonated a couple times about development not paying their fair share, but I do believe we addressed that correctly. Would you say that's fair, Mr. Ironman?
If I may, through the chair,
Mr. Ironman.
think the simplest way to look at this is developers either install the improvements and receive a credit against their impact fees, or they pay the impact fees. So they should always be making their full contribution, if you will.
Okay, the second one I want to address is, Mr. Pope, this came up in our one-on-one dialogue. I want to bring it forth to the board. Would you clarify for us what economic grants look like for small businesses?
So I'm actually going to defer this to Mr. Ironman. He's working with our staff on updating our economic development grant ordinance and programs. The biggest takeaway in what you and I discussed is that you all have the ability as a body to adopt grants for small business specifically. And so I know that one of the examples that came up was a tradesman, I think particularly an electrician, wanted to expand a warehouse. And so those types of programs exist. They're things that you can adopt to assist small business. Currently, you do not have something that specific, but it's within your purview. And I'll defer to Mr. Ironman in terms of what's currently in works on the update.
So with regards to our current economic development grant program, essentially we have this in our ordinances today. We're able to basically give a refund of ad valorem property taxes to certain businesses for them being located within the county. And that has been around for a number of years. We've had one project really done under that was Lignotech. We've actually been working through internal staff and the Economic Development Board to revise those and break it up so that we address more of the immediate needs in Nassau County. So some of that is allowing for the old structure, but some of it is allowing for spec buildings to be built. Once those are built, having an option for incentives for the tenant improvements for those items. And then the other part is doing this for small businesses. Now, that's under the ad valorem tax component, if you will. Mr. Pope's comment as well, what we're looking at is how do we additionally incentivize small business, right? We have businesses that have been here for years, they want to expand, how do we encourage them? So we actually have the advantage of a couple $100,000 that may be coming through from adjustments in other areas that we're looking at how do we set that aside for a grant for small businesses and developing something through the county attorney's office that's legally justifiable, that we can incentivize some of these small businesses to grow and expand and stay within Nassau County. And I think that's one of the critical areas that we want to look at is the people that have been here for years, we want to make sure that we maintain those relationships, we keep them around. And so we've identified some funding, we're going to look at that. And so you're going to have kind of a two-faceted approach on that one. Between the economic development grants on the one side and then through this additional grant programs that we'll be looking at for primarily small businesses. And if I may, I did want to, because one of the comments also was affordable housing. So under the impact fee ordinance that you have today, you can move to basically look at different affordable housing projects and waive those impact fees in those areas. And so when we're faced with those major affordable housing projects, we have leverage to go down different means. We also have our SHIP program that's in place that allows for down payment assistance in other areas for affordable housing. So we've got a couple of different tools depending on the different projects, the different path that we need to go where we can address these from different means.
Madam Attorney, point of order. Can I reopen the public comment?
That is at your discretion.
Okay, I'm going to reopen the public comment. Mr. Nicholas, Austin Nicholas. I saw you had two tabs on here, and I wanted to make sure I did not skip over you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioners, as always. Austin Nicholas, 6747 South Point Parkway, Jacksonville, representing the Northeast Florida Builders Association. Nassau County has changed its impact fee study in the past few months due to NEFA's concerns with the data used to justify these fee increases. Despite these changes, Nassau County is still proposing an overall 97% increase in impact fees, essentially doubling these fees for new home buyers. For comparison, NEFA's analysis of this fee study would only justify an average 22% increase in impact fees. That is a 75% difference. Nassau County staff, however, have not changed the proposed mobility fee increases, which are almost 200% increases or the tripling of fees. NEFPA has the most concerns with this study, as our analysis suggests that a substantial portion of the projects included in the mobility plan are not required for the county to maintain their adopted level of service as a result of projected growth over the next 20 years. This is also a challenging time to massively raise fees on the housing market, with permits down more than 30% in Northeast Florida compared to just last year, which is in large part, as was mentioned, due to issues with housing affordability. According to the Northeast Florida Association of Realtors, the median sales price in Nassau County is already over $470,000 for a single-family home. With a 20% down payment of $94,000, which few can afford, you would still need to make about $110,000 per year to afford Nassau County's average single-family home. According to the Nassau County Economic Development Board, the median yearly income in Nassau County is $88,000, which is over $20,000 less than what they'd need to afford a single-family home in the county. And again, that's assuming they have $94,000 in cash for a down payment. This is all before voting to almost double and triple fees, which will only make this situation worse. Not to mention the impact that these fee increases will have on businesses, particularly Nassau County's vital small businesses. With the Zax fees costing more than $450,000 just in fees under these proposed increases, how can small businesses afford to open or expand without the resources of these national chains? I heard that was mentioned that you have a program. I only heard one project was approved in 8 years. The school board just provided us a copy of their study on Tuesday, December 16th, and it proposes to increase the single-family fee from $5,430 to $10,621. If this change is also implemented, it will compound the effect of these proposed increases and impact in mobility fees. This will increase the total for all fees from about $13,000 now to almost $30,000. NEFPA continues to maintain what it believes to be an extremely reasonable position. We simply ask that the county increase the fees by a maximum of 50% as set forth in statute, as opposed to declaring extraordinary circumstances, which will almost double impact fees and almost triple mobility fees. I'd also like to note that the Amelia Island Nassau County Association of Realtors and their hundreds of members also oppose these drastic fee increases. But thank you as always for your time and for your service to Nassau County and its citizens.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholas. Close public comment. Tab Z. Any board comment? Commissioner McCollum.
Okay, yes, sir. I was gonna let you do, I do want to address a couple more comments in here because I know myself, I can only speak to Allison, I cannot speak to the other 4 seats on this board, is that the one-on-ones have been rigorous for 8 weeks, my questioning, my research, my study. When I look at affordability, Austin, you brought up some very valid points that I had written down, I have done in my research. Looking at the average price of a home in Nassau County, I, Allison McCullough, cannot afford, but the government does not regulate that through those fees. I, in these 4 seats, cannot demand that when Mr. Jimmy Higginbotham sells his house, I can't say, Jimmy, you're only allowed to sell that house for $120,000 because my girl who I teach with at school got to be able to afford a housing. The government does not regulate the price of houses, and there seems to be a misconception, and I'm just picking on you, Mr. Jimmy, because I don't think you're gonna ever move out of Nassau County. But like the government, I can't sit in this seat. We sat there and said, these fees didn't come up for 5 years. They didn't come up. I would love a brand new house. I mean, that I'm vain and I'm human, but I live in a 2007 home that me and my husband busted our ass to pay off, and it's only 1,500 square feet. Raised 4 kids in that house because that was what was affordable. See, we have this whole misconception about what affordability is, and in this seat, I'm not here to dictate affordability. I'm here to set a long-term, sustainable capital growth plan for the county where new growth does pay for itself. So I just wanted to address those issues and give my opinion on that.
Thank you, Commissioner McCollum.
Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman.
Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we all know, I'm very pro-business. However, I do wish for new growth to pay for itself. And, but being a pro-businessman, I want us to keep our local economy moving forward. We've slowed down considerably here in 2025 locally. I do prefer some type of a phase-in effect with these fees. I think a phase-in effect will help our partners, our builders, our realtors, and also sustain our current Nassau County taxpayers. We're not shifting any burden onto them whatsoever. We always can change our expectations sometimes, back up and punt, but if we cut our heads off, we have no way to turn, like in the Federal Reserve, they lower the interest rate. If we limit ourselves, we're not going to be able to do that if the economy gets worse. So I prefer some type of phasing in of the fees to get us where we need to be. In my opinion, existing taxpayers will not shoulder the taxes. As I said, we can amend our expectations and support our local economy at the same time if we work together and do a win-win. Currently, our fees are $37.21, which is 97% increase. If we phase in, I think we can get down to a 48% increase, down to $1,389 instead of a $27.79 increase, right off the bat. We could phase that in 2 years. That's a 48% increase. It's below the 50. And Mr. Ironman, my math, is that about right, or am I making a mistake?
I'd have to look back at the ordinance, but what we
Well,
did propose was a
right.
2-year implementation for that.
All right, I want to say roundabout numbers, okay? And I'd like for us to consider a phasing in type approach. And that's my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Farmer.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, this isn't a left versus right situation. This is a more of a, let's all get it right type situation. And, all the stakeholders, I appreciate you guys, 95% of you, when you make a phone call or you send an email, you're very cordial, you're very kind, you're very considerate and very patient. There's that 5% though, that they show up with their hatchet in their hand, and, it makes it a little difficult sometimes to try and reason with that type of individual. So, just know that they're out there, and these seats, we get flooded with calls, and like I said, that 5% make it very challenging when you're sitting outside, because your significant other is just tired of hearing about it. And, it gets taxing. So, before you, say, hey, I can do that job, let me go ahead and tell you, you gotta have alligator hide and Jesus in your heart to make these decisions, based around fact-based studies, growth trends, population numbers, taxable revenue streams, infrastructure projections. I mean, this company that did this study for us, Tischler Bice, they didn't just show up out of nowhere. They don't belong to any of our corporations here in Nassau County. And if you do a little bit of digging, you'll find out they're from Maryland, and they've done over 1,000 of these studies. Just a little bit of personal studying. I looked, and it just popped out to me on some of my studies. Pooler, Georgia, which is just a short 100 miles north of here, up 95, just outside of Savannah, doesn't collect impact fees at all. And they want to recall the mayor for failing infrastructure. And so be thankful that we're not Pooler, Georgia, and be thankful that we do have smart guys on our team like Mr. Ironman, Mr. Companion, Mr. Pope, and then, of course, the lady to my right, make sure that everything fits the box legally, because at the end of the day, that's what we have to do, is meet the mark legally, or we end up in orange and green and white, or black and white, or whatever, and I don't look good in any of those colors. So I say what we do is let's all work together. We knew this study was coming 4 years ago. Everybody knows, we reset the clock, like I said a minute ago. Next study adoption is December 8th, 2029. I'm gonna say that, yeah, if we get as close to the 10 ring as possible by throwing the dart at the board, then everybody wins. But if we just haphazardly just close our eyes and throw it and hit the 5 ring, well, we all got to pay to get it back to the center of the board. So let's continue to work together. I'm like Commissioner Gray said, I think it's, in all fairness, it's not a bad idea to utilize like a phase-in type implementation of some sort. If it's the board pleasure, that way we don't just hammer everybody right off the rip and everybody go, well, let's take to Facebook and tell them that it's $27,000 to build a house in Nassau County right now, which is just wild. I mean, those are where those 5% ugly calls, colorful calls come from, is from the misinformation. So, let's all work together as a group. We're all stakeholders here in this room, but at the end of the day, I understand it. I'm a businessman. Through the course of COVID, I saw 14 price increases through the course of COVID as a service provider. The last 2 were 41%. 41%. Well, the wages didn't go up 41%. So guess what I've had to do? pull the throttle back like every other responsible business owner. This is that time, when I came to this seat in 2020, I told Taco, I said, this ain't always gonna be good. Everybody better get ready to tighten their belt. We see ebbs and flows, we see peaks and valleys. I mean, it's a valley, folks. So we all gotta do this together. And I just appreciate everybody working together instead of the hatchets and the hammers, because that's really not gonna get us where we need to go. Nassau County is a great place to live. Got pristine coastal community with A-plus quality schools. Everybody that's sitting in here can all smile and know that we all live here for a reason, right? And we got what we need here, and we're just aspiring to make it better for the future and the next generation to keep those undue burdens off of those young people that come behind us. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Martin? We don't have a signalization on this, so I wanted to make sure I called you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I hope I got most of what was said by my colleagues. Everything was going good on Zoom. It started going in and out, so hopefully it won't go in and out while I'm talking. I think we're in this situation because of what previous boards have done. And what I mean by that is in 2008, the Board of County Commissioners, long before any of us were on this board, they did away with impact fees altogether. You know, and under the banner of Nassau County is open for business. Come on down. And they did away with impact fees. And what did that result in? They had to reinstitute impact fees in 2013, 2014, and 2016, and to what the level is, approximately what the level is now. And then the other thing it resulted in was in 2014, they raised the ad valorem millage rate, tax rate, by 1 mil. And then in 2018, they raised it by approximately another 1 mil. So, and the other years from 2008 to 2020, when three of us got elected to this board and started going to a modified rollback rate for property taxes, the Board of County Commissioners at that time, the majority of them, not all of them, but the majority of them kept the millage rate flat for 10 of those 12 years and raised it a mil and approximately a mil in 2014 and 2018. While the previous board, and some of them were still on that board,
We'll give that a second.
utilizing impact fees properly, or it's going to go back on the existing tax. I'm a firm believer that growth needs to pay for itself. Impact fees will help that happen. And one of the speakers
It's working so well. I'm going to take a short recess while we reset Commissioner Martin, and we'll be right back. Yeah, it's fine.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Well, I don't know. My internet, it says my internet connection is unstable. No, 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 no. No. Well, I don't know what to, I don't know what to tell you. I think you can tell by what you did hear me say that I'm in favor of raising.
We are back in session.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
I can hear you, yes, sir.
Okay, I don't know where,
IT, we
where it
can't
went
see
out.
him.
There he
Thank
is.
you.
Okay. I don't know where I was when you lost me. I had gone into growth must pay for itself, and I gave an example of a previous commission back in 2008 doing away with impact fees altogether. Did you at least catch that part of it?
Yes, we did, sir.
And I talked about where they had to bring impact fees back online in 2013-ish.
Yes, sir.
And then that resulted in the 2014, 2018 millage rate increases and millage rates staying flat all the way back to 2008, which, when the values go up and the housing, the floor falling out of the housing market didn't affect me. I lived here. My housing value went up, so my taxes went up every year when the millage rate stayed flat. And then it was a double whammy when they hit me in 2014 and 2018. And this board three of us came on this board in 2020, and we reversed that trend to take care of the taxpayer and protect the homesteaded taxpayer and the non-homestead as much as we could and still finance everything we need to finance to keep this government going. And then two more commissioners came on board in 2022, and we just kept rocking and rolling, doing the same thing. So I also gave an estimate, an opinion on where most of the folks there said, that this is going to increase home prices there, but you've got one of our major developers there said he had to lower home prices. So I don't know which one's which. Our study shows that when we did away, the previous board did away with impact fees, it didn't significantly affect the increase in home prices. So I guess you can tell where I'm going with this. I would say is that, we're not sure what the legislature is going to do to us with property tax reform. And that's something we need to take into consideration whenever we're making any kind of financial decision. We don't know what's going to happen in the legislature this year with respect to ad valorem tax revenues. So I'm not opposed. I'd have to know more about it, but if phasing this in is going to require that we put this off until after the first of the year, then I would be opposed to phasing it in. And then I think Commissioner McCullough, I don't know, I don't want to speak for you, Commissioner McCullough, but I have, if she doesn't, I will make the motion to, and I don't have all my stuff in front of me to read it, or if one of my colleagues will not make the motion to approve this tab, I will, or I'll definitely second it.
Thank you, Commissioner Martin.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Gray?
I would just ask our board to consider, and Commissioner Martin, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, just like first to consider a phase-in of a 4-year implementation of the impact fee to kind of work with our community and keep the jobs rolling and keep our local builders councils and builders and service providers all in business during the downtime. And I would impose that, I would ask for impact fee to be a 4-year implementation and a mobility fee to be a 2-year implementation.
We're not even to mobility fee.
Okay, oh, yeah, that's right. I didn't get
We're
that.
not even
You're right, you're right.
to-
Yeah,
I
I'm
didn't
reading
mean
off of
that.
something. Thank you.
I'm sorry,
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thanks. We're just.
So that way
on
Mr. Martin knows where I'm at.
Okay, thanks. I did want to make comment too. I've answered every email, I've answered every phone call, and I've been pretty firm on my public statement with this. I would rather, as Mr. Farmer alluded to, Commissioner Farmer, I'd rather aim correctly right now. If that seems a little high, I'm going to aim now, I'm going to lock in, and I'm going to try to take care of this county and take care of growth paying for itself. If that needs an adjustment in the out years of this and a phased-in implementation, which would even support that even greater, then that's where I stand to support this as well. I want to make sure that we're covering, this is a once in every 4 or 5 year evolution. I can always roll them back, and my pledge is that if we have overshot the mark and we need to respond, we will be nimble, I will be nimble, and make that adjustment to roll it back. That's where I stand on that, if my colleagues are curious where I am. I'm all for the phased-in approach as well. That way it comes in a year over year, whether we go 2 years on that or 4 years, would depend on the motion.
Mr. Hupman,
Commissioner McCullough.
no motion yet. I just wanted to reiterate why we're in the public and we're having this dialogue. I did send, it's on my county device. I know that one thing that Mr. Martin and I are very passionate about is property tax reform. We're following the legislation closely. This goes back to that affordability. And I have this study, it's on my county device. I will send it to I'm looking at our news station table there. Any resident who wants it, I will forward it to you. We know that especially when I was doing a lot of my master's research, is looking across Florida, what are sustainable practices? People forget that I'm not here to cause an affordability houses crisis. I cannot control what the prior boards did. We are in a place for long-term planning. If you've watched our winter strategy session, I have a 20-year CIP plan that we are looking at the county. Impact fees, mobility fees, they're not used for my dirt road. I live on a long behind dirt road, and it is beat to death by dump truck drivers. Don't come at me with like roads, okay? Because I get it. I'm literally in the public. I live on the roads. I won't do that to people who continue to build homes and their new infrastructure. They will have roads that are not literally falling apart. I have replaced, my husband's gonna chew my butt out again because I've got shocks that have to be replaced right now. But let's talk about the tax reform. So these 5 seats have to make a long-term sustainable budget that comes to where my kids build in Nassau County or want to live in Nassau County, they can afford to, because that's what true affordability looks like, long-term planning. And so when I'm looking at tax reform, the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. people need to understand that when you go to the poll and you say, oh, I'm doing away, we're not paying property taxes anymore, you need to do a lot of homework on this, because when that ad valorem funding ceases to exist, impact and mobility is going to be a long-term sustainable plan for new growth to pay for itself. Whereas I don't know what ad valorem and what funding looks like in the future. And so these 5 seats have a huge duty to make sure that I may not be here in January 2027. Mr. Hutman may not be here, who knows? But I do have an obligation as a lifelong resident and as somebody who truly plans, Lord willing, to live here another 50 years, to have a long-term sustainable plan that I'm proud of and that I can afford making less than 6 figures a year, well below 6 figures a year. My D6 is public record. Anybody can see it. So I am looking at this as very, very affordable, long-term, substantial plans.
Thank you, Commissioner McCall.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Gray.
I need my nickel back.
Okay.
My
Yep.
nickel back
Go
is
ahead.
that, I'm very proud of this commission as a whole, lowering the ad valorem tax on primary residents here in Nassau County, looking out the taxpayer. I do want new growth to pay for itself, because in my opinion, that's the way it should go. However, we have an option possibly of phasing this in over 2 years or 4 years. It gives us a chance to pivot, like the chairman said, and I would strongly favor that option if I could get the rest of the board to agree with me. We do want to keep Nassau County growing and working. I do have a child that's 25 years old, and I love her with all my heart. She's my daughter. And I do know that a lot of people that age cannot afford to buy a home in Nassau County, and I want it to work with our young residents as well as our older residents. I want to work for all citizens in Nassau County. And I think the phasing is the way that we should really consider. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So are you gonna take a price cut and sell her a house for $150,000 and make it affordable? Okay.
I have another drop on the line here with Commissioner Martin being absent, so I'm going to pause before, if we're down to a motion on this, or an amendment, because what I'm hearing, Mr. Pope, you may speak to this. As it stands now, if we're going to extend it out over time, we would require an amendment to this motion. Current motion is at what time span, right? 2?
Yes, sir. The board has the ability to set the phase-in schedule, and so if it's the will of the board to implement impact fees over a 4-year period in equal tranches, that's perfectly acceptable. We can amend the motion and then amend the correlating ordinances to match that. I would just ask that we make it abundantly clear that it's implementation 4 years in equal tranches. So it'd be 25% in year
Right.
1. Okay.
Whoever makes a motion, the county manager, what I hear him asking is that consider the percentages to be equal installments over those 4 years. For example, 25, 25, 25, 25. Correct?
Yes, sir.
I have a question to that, Matt.
Commissioner McCullough.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you look at that 25%, and this is just for my clarity for the future, at the end of when the next study comes out for 2029, would that set the county up for that? Would we be at that 100% match for the future study?
So my understanding of the conversation is that the board is discussing implementing the fee at the full level, the maximum capacity, which is, I understand to be a 97% increase, and that the direction to staff, and will be clarified in your motion, is that we're to implement that in 4 equal percentage increases over a 4-year period, reaching the full fee amount.
4th year.
We're only talking about impact, though, not mobility.
That's
Yes, I'm
correct.
listening.
Okay.
Yeah, correct.
And that is, if that's what you're discussing, then it is the full fee over a 4-year phase-in. If that's what the board is considering, you can make that in your motion. With the motion, I would simply ask that you, at the end of that, state that you want that with a 4-year phase-in. And yes, we can make that ordinance change. We will recess at the end of this, after all discussions, to make sure that we get the proper documents and come back in. I would ask for that, but we can wait until after all impact and mobility are discussed.
Understood.
Mr. Chairman, one last question, just for the
Commissioner
record. Marshall, Mr. Ironman, current, impact fee only, current fee in this, what is, can you bring that slide up, or can you just look at that and tell me what the current is and what it will be impact only in 4 years, not mobility, impact, what it currently is and what it will be in 4 years with that implementation?
So with that implementation, so currently the fee is $3,721. The full amount is and this is for a 2,000 square foot home, would be $7,322.
Right, you divide that by 4.
So with the analysis, and there's math that goes on, and so to Ms. May's comment, we've got the math, we'll adjust it, we'll take a break for the final thing, but basically we'll implement it over 4 years. The final fee at the end of the 4 years will be the $7,322.
Right.
Essentially, it's about $900 or $1,000 a year that it'll increase from the current fee to get to that 4th year. And that's for the single-family 2,000 square foot home.
Madam Attorney, just a quick procedural comment now, again, with Commissioner Martin not being,
I'm trying to confirm, at this moment, he's trying to connect to a personal hotspot on his phone due to his personal internet issues. Okay. Then we're going to have to absent Mr. Martin because he is unable to connect. So he will not be participating in your vote,
okay?
which means we still need a 4 vote to meet the 2/3 requirement of the statute.
All right, so procedurally, we are going to absent Commissioner Martin from the meeting. There are now 4 members on the roll. Absent any more discussion, I'll entertain a motion on tab Z.
Mr. Chairman, based on the review of the applicable testimony and evidence provided, my motion is to approve the adoption of ordinance amending Chapter 34 of the Nassau County Code of Ordinances entitled the Comprehensive Impact Fee Ordinance as it pertains to park and recreational facilities impact fees, fire rescue impact fees, law enforcement fees, and admin facility impact fees. My request of the board would be that we implement this in a full fee 2-year implementation plan.
I can hear you.
Thank you.
I believe that they're still working with Commissioner Martin behind the scenes, but we are going forward with this vote.
He's absent, and I've already declared him absent off the roll.
Yeah.
We're going to proceed with the vote. The motion as stands is to pass with the way I understood your motion,
Full fee 2-year implementation.
2-year implementation. Okay, I do not hear a second.
No, sir.
I'm going to declare that motion dead. I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, based on the review of applicable testimony and evidence provided, my motion is to approve the adoption of the ordinance amending Chapter 34 of the Nassau County Code of Ordinances entitled Comprehensive Impact Fee Ordinance as it pertains to park and recreational facilities impact fees, fire rescue impact fees, law enforcement impact fees, and administrative facilities impact fees based on a full fee over a 4-year phase-in.
Second that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Farmer, a second by Commissioner Gray. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner McCullough,
Yes?
Commissioner Farmer,
Yes.
Commissioner Gray,
Yes.
Chair Hupman.
Yes.
It's 4 ayes, 0 nays. Your motion carries.
Tab AA. Final public hearing to consider adoption of the ENCPA Mobility Fee Agreement Amendment. I'll open the floor for public discussion on tab AA. Staff presentation, Mr. Companion.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. As I'm pulling up the slide, this first item before you is the amendment to the agreement with the ENCPA. This agreement was first entered into, I believe, in 2013. This is the second amendment, as I understand it, the last one being in 2021. Basically, what you have before you is a few dates being updated, and the biggest thing is probably the projects within the ENCPA or Zone 2 were updated in between 2021 and now as the project for Wildlight has progressed. Obviously, some alignments of roadways, those types of things have changed, but still the basic nature of providing that east-west connectivity and future roadway network that you are going to take over for the benefit of all of Nassau County for accessing, again, a parallel route to 200 and many of these other roads providing better access to 17 and 200 is included here. But I'm here to answer any questions, but the gist of it is basically to update for this new roadway network, the changes, and also to update the cost, which we have seen increase since 2021, obviously due to construction costs. But I'm here for any questions you may have and any further discussion. But we had the first reading at the last meeting, I believe was December, might have been November 30th was the first reading, or the last November meeting we had.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I am just considering that if the board is going to entertain a review of phasing in this regard, you may want to talk about the county's mobilities first, so that ENCPA
Sure.
follows suit, which means we would be asking for a reorder to move tab AC for consideration prior to tab AA and AB. And if that is the pleasure of the board, if someone could make the motion to move tab AC to be considered now, we would close the public hearing for AA and revisit it after AC.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay, first I'm correct. Yeah, all right.
I got a question for this man, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to close tab A.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. We're going to reorder these. Correction, we're going to discuss reordering these so that,
And make a motion if
Make a
you so
motion so
choose
that-
to move tab AC before AA and AB, so that you can talk about mobility report as a whole and any phasing that you may want to discuss. I say that because the ENCPA will want to follow suit with whatever you do.
right, procedurally, right. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved, move AC in front of AA to talk about the mobility and phasing.
Okay. And then, you a second on that? or-
Second, for discussion, correct? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, entertain, a motion by Commissioner Farmer, second by Commissioner McCullough to move tab AC ahead of tab AA and AB, to order the tabs, to reorder the tabs so the discussion can take place first for the overall mobility presentation by Mr. Commander.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Tab AC, final public hearing to consider adoption of an ordinance amending Chapter 36, Nassau County Code of Ordinances entitled Mobility Fees, as it pertains to mobility impact fees. I will open the floor to tab AC. Staff presentation, Mr. Companion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Robert Companion, Deputy County Manager / County Engineer for the record. Tonight, or this morning, excuse me, before you is the Mobility Plan Impact Fee Public Hearing. Your team of consultants, as we previously discussed at the workshops, you have Peters and Yaffe as your consultant for Zones 1 and 3 and ETM for Zone 2. Your legal counsel includes the county attorney, Ms. Denise May, and outside legal counsel from neighbors Giblin and Nickerson, Heather and Senoza. And with Zone 2, DMH&D, Stacy Ruiz. County staff involved also noted here. Your original ordinance adopted August 25th, 2014, set kind of the guidelines for why the mobility fees were being implemented at that time. New growth should pay for itself, maintain the current levels of service, keep it fair, keep it simple, and encourage infill. Positive impacts are credited, encourage mixed use, reduce urban sprawl, and keep it competitive with adjacent jurisdictions. All of the projects that are proposed within the plan must add capacity to the Nassau County Transportation Network, and they do. And the goal of the plan is to mitigate for future growth to address the segments of the system that are projected to drop in level of service. Now, when I say drop in level of service, that doesn't mean drop below acceptable levels of service as you've adopted them, but any drop. So a new trip on the network should mitigate for itself. That way, the current users of your roadways would not experience any level of service drop. That's the goal. Fees charged at the permit time, not assessed on existing homes. So mobility impact fees must be used for capacity adding projects, as I previously mentioned. Those are new roadways, lane widening, pedestrian and bicycle improvements, and intersection improvements that add capacity to the network. They cannot be used for resurfacing or maintenance projects, improving the LOS of an already failing roadway segment. That is correct. And non-capacity adding projects cannot be included in the list as well. Winter mobility impact fees assessed and collected for a new home or new commercial business coming in. That's typically when a new building permit is acquired. So that's if a new home on a piece of property that did not previously have a home on it, that, in other words, a replacement, would actually not be required to pay the fee. New commercial business, when they come in, if they're taking up an existing tenant space and their nature of their business does not increase the vehicle miles traveled that the previous building had put on the network, they would not pay the impact fee as well. So it's a new business or a business that increases the number of vehicle miles traveled on the network. So again, not assessed on existing homes or businesses as they exist today. Examples of when I've kind of given you the examples here. Marshall went over how many other states and how many other counties within Florida assess impact fees. Are municipalities, such as our cities and towns, required to collect county mobility impact fees? No. You do have a current agreement with the City of Fernandina Beach. They do collect mobility fees, but they are able to opt out of that or amend their interlocal agreement at any time. And you currently do not have an interlocal agreement with the two towns, and they do not collect mobility impact fees. How much mobility impact fee funding has been collected since the last update? So since 2021, roughly $13.5 million. And examples of projects that money has helped fund partially would be the William Burgess extension from 17 to Minor Road, the Pages Dairy and Chester Road intersection improvements, your Amelia Island Parkway and Buccaneer Trail roundabout improvement that is actually just kicked off. You signed the contract for that at your last meeting. And the William Burgess and Harts Road roundabout, which is a partnership with one of the local developers to make that intersection improvement as well. There are many other items on the list, but I just wanted to highlight some that are actually under construction or can be seen by the public if they just drive around. So you have three major zones. The east of I-95, not within the boundary of the ENCPA, is your Zone 1. The properties within the ENCPA boundary is your Zone 2. And the properties all west of I-95 make up your Zone 3. So basically what the mobility fee impact study did was to try to determine what the difference in vehicle miles traveled would be. And that's not, we're basically looking at based on what the projection growth is from the Northeast Florida Regional Planning Model, where that traffic's going to go and how it impacts your existing network up until the year 2045, which is the horizon date of this project. All that boils down to figuring out what type of businesses are coming in, how many trips do they typically generate, how far do those trips usually take folks, and what it ultimately ends up giving you is what you see in this table 6 at the bottom, is you're going to roughly see 1.5 million new vehicle miles traveled within Zone 1 and 1.1 million traveled within Zone 3. We'll talk about Zone 2 separately in items A, B, and I believe actually A, yes, A, B. So those are your additional vehicle miles traveled by cars coming in based on the population growth. So looking at this map, and what you see here is, as I stated before, we're trying to mitigate for any level of service drop, but what's really telling in here is also, these are the ones that we know for we know fairly confidently that these will fall below your projected levels of service in 2045 if we receive the growth that we project we're going to be receiving. So yes, these are all state roads. We do not go and do improvements on the state roads, but all the projects you'll find, or majority of the projects you find, will, that are within your east zone specifically, do provide additional options for folks that would normally travel on these roads, such as within Zone 2, that River Bluff Parkway project that we're going to discuss later. That will provide a northern route parallel to State Road 200 and actually comes in just north of 17's red segment here. So that project alone will help those two red sections that will fall below your levels of service, acceptable levels of service by your comp plan. The project to the south of State Road 200, William Burgess Boulevard Extension, it will help address that as well. And as we've seen, the two worst intersections east of I-95 are the County Road 107 intersection and the Minor Road intersection, and the William Burgess Extension will hopefully help if it ever, once it ever gets across to the other side to connect everything together, we'll be able to actually help mitigate for both of those intersection capacity issues. So here's a quick map of all the different projects that that we believe will help mitigate those impacts to the network based on the growth. The total cost for your east zone here, roughly $238 million, just under $239 million. Your west zone, $193 million. What is of note here, after multiple discussions we've had with NEFPA and folks, which is why the impact fees study has slightly changed a little bit, was actually in response to help try to clarify some issues and answer questions we have received from NEFPA. We removed multiple projects from the calculation. William Burgess Boulevard Roundabout, the Pages Dairy Chester Road intersection improvements, Amelia Island Parkway Buccaneer Road Roundabout, William Burgess Extension, Liberty Cove Parkway and William Burgess Boulevard to Mentoria, and then a handful also in the west zone here, including Sunburg and the Baldwin Rail project. So all of those projects were removed from the calculations based on NEFPA's feedback. Again, in summary, there's roughly 38 total projects here that are counted in the program. Your two zones listed here ended up being, again, just under $239 million for the east side, for the east zone, Zone 1, $193 million for Zone 3. Every year, every 20 years, which is the horizon date for this project, you spend about $110,650,000 of non-mobility funding on capacity adding projects. We continue that trend just as we did in 2021. So that is discounted at roughly 25.62% discount from each zone, dropping the east zone from just under $239 million to $177 million. And then an additional $15,195,000 was also discounted based on grants and other partially completed projects that are still on the list but only partially completed. So that brings the maximum supportable total to just under $163 million in the east zone. We did that same calculation for the west zone to arrive at roughly a little over $143 million in the west zone. When you figure those out based on the projected VMT, take those total costs there and divide them by the change, we believe that we could support a maximum fee of $108.67 per VMT in the east zone and $124.54 in the west zone. However, that is not what staff is proposing. We're actually proposing a little bit more of a discount to $106.64 in the east zone and $79.55 in the west zone. With that, you'll see the calculation as somebody comes in with a new home or business, their number of trips generated according to the International Transportation Engineers Guidebook, and the length of that trip, either based off of the most recent local data or from your national household survey, and then multiply that by the cost per VMT. That is where their fee comes from. So it's actually a fairly simple calculation, arriving at the new fees here for full, if you went with the full implemented fee. For the east zone, a single-family home, it's not on a scale based on square footage, but it would be $11,332.29 for Zone 1, which is the east zone, and $11,996.35 for Zone 3 in the west zone. And with that, the extent, we've already talked at the previous meetings about the extraordinary circumstances. Obviously, the population growth was a big thing, but what we have seen since 2021 is an increase in the construction cost of infrastructure such as roadways, about a 66% increase, and that equated to almost $70 million difference in the plan from 2021 till now. The material cost escalation of another 45% on top of that, and then the right-of-way cost increase went from $15,000 to $100,000. So those are your pretty substantial reasons why the fee had to be increased. The plan really didn't change very much from 2021. It was really the cost, updating the cost, that has kind of prompted this, this proposal. One of the things I did want to do is go back and compare with St. Johns County. Now, I know that they're only proposing the 50% increase, but I would argue that's because their fees were already substantially higher than ours to start with. And their phase one that they just approved on December 2nd, as you can see here, is already within the range. We would be in that range if you approve the full implementation today, would fall in their phase one range. And you'll see their ultimate fees at the end for homes between between 1,251 square feet to 3,750 square feet fall between that $10,000 and $17,000 mark. So with that, I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Companion. All right, speaker cards for AC. Mr. Larry Brantley.
Good morning, Larry Brantley,
Good morning, sir.
452039 Old Dixie Highway, Callahan, Florida. I attended Briceville Elementary, grew up in Briceville, and the mobility fees that we're doing today, that $11,000 a unit, the biggest employer we have on the west side, Zone 3, he's calling it, is Winn-Dixie. That's the biggest employer we have on our side of the county, besides the local business people that hire plumbers, electricians, pipe fitters, welders, concrete people that, you know, that continue, that provide for their families on our side of the county. Getting mixed up here, but when you look at the $11,000 that we're placing on them for each individual unit, I've heard the consensus of staff and, you know, some of our leaders that whatever it costs, they'll pay, they'll come, they'll build it. And I do agree with that. I mean, we've got a great place to live, as everybody's mentioned. But what I don't agree with is the people that they aren't the ones that were raised in this county that have to pay continuously for these impact fees. I think it should be looked at a different approach. We've got 5 districts in our county, and every district isn't the same. I mean, I appreciate you phasing in the fees. That is going to help, but this mobility fee is tacked on top of what you guys just voted on. And for us to just accept it for the people, my kids and their grandkids can't afford to continue to just pay $11,000. I mean, just for that, and their septic tank permit, the average is $18,000 right now to build a $2,500 square foot house for permits and impact fees. So I would ask you to really study these mobility fees, and the last thing on that saying, that a lot of counties, we're not equal as a lot of counties. In about 2008, it was mentioned earlier that this county voted not to accept any subdivisions, right-of-ways inside the subdivisions, but the public are able to use the parks, the sidewalks, the walking trails, the pavilions, that the homeowners associations that pay for currently now, and all the amenities, the county has none of that. That sets this county apart from a lot of different other counties. St. Johns County was mentioned. They take ownership as soon as we finish the subdivision today. They take ownership of that subdivision, and they have carrying cost of that house not being built and assessed until that development gets built out. Nassau County is totally separate in that. The last thing, I know my time's up, but the last thing is if a subdivision or development is built on a state highway, it should not be charged mobility fees because in perpetuity, the county has nothing to do with improving that roadway. That's been proved in the city of Jacksonville. They eliminated the mobility fees there in some of the concurrency on the state highways. I think that should be looked at, with especially the county not taking ownership of that subdivision and improvements inside that development, that the mobility fee is just taken and used in other places, and you get 100% tax revenue off of that development that's built inside there with no cost whatsoever. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Brantley. Mr. Martinuzzi, this.
put AB in.
I understood, sir, so please.
And I'll try to be brief with this.
This is my last day. I'm trying to be top performer on my chairmanship.
I do appreciate the fact that there are two tabs and that I'm up here a second time.
Yes, sir.
So I won't regurgitate anything. What I will tell you is that the thing that hurts us just as much on this whole phasing is what we have, we tried to get into the timber to tides. We have tried to, we've put contract on, also out on William Burgess, and we had to walk from everything because of the costs of doing it, and what people want for the land is not working. It simply does not work, and that's with impact fees and mobility fees, and let's just talk about mobility fees here. You want spine roads in your timber to tides. You want spine roads in the William Burgess. You want all this, unless it's changed, because I haven't dealt with it for 8 months, because I just threw my hands up and said, okay, we're not going to do this project, is you wanted the spine roads, and I said, are we going to get impact fee credit? Nope. So you want to talk about St. John County? You start doing stuff like that in St. John County, you get your impact fee credit. Here, we pay twice. We pay for the right turn in. We pay for the left turn in. We pay for all kinds of things, and we still get denied impact fee credit. Okay, I'm not saying it happens all the time, but it happens to us because we're the small little builder. And people also talk about, you know, community. We're not a national. Cedar Homes has been in this community for over 20 years, probably going on 30 years. And just to be clear, so we've walked away from 2 projects in Timber to Tides and William Burgess. We are right now, including 2 projects by Mr. Brantley, we are about to go under contract, and he is not going to be happy because the value of his land, this is a lien. When you put these fees, you're putting a lien on his property because to develop a house, we're going to have to pay those fees. And it's like a quasi-type lien that we know that the valuation of his property is going to go down millions and millions of what we're paying. And when it's been developed and developed lots, it all comes back. How is valuation, when you look at your tax rolls, how is the valuation on your tax rolls going to work when I have a parcel that you have valued at $4 million right now? And that is essentially, our yield is about 89 houses. If we go and we have to pay an extra $800,000 in impact fees, doesn't that decrease the value of my land? Because we will have no choice but to go to the VAB. Because we can't sit here and pay taxes while we're trying to develop it on $4 million worth of land when it's not that. Everybody keeps on saying, and all these people within your county who are thinking, oh, they're going to hit pay dirt because of the Timber to Tides, because of William Burgess. It's fake. And that's what makes the numbers about the growth fake, is that with these types of fees, it's going to slow everything down. And it's just, it's like an oxymoron. You can't have both. You can't have the sustainable growth meet your 2050 comp plan that you're going to be dealing with, and at the same time, have these impact fees that are just killing us on all the land we already own. Please, with respect to this, at least go to a 4-year phasing again. I've heard discussions of 2-year. 2-year is just not fair. It's not right. Please.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Wes Hinton?
Hey, good morning, Wes Hinton, One Rainier Way. Here to speak specifically to phasing and the potential of, obviously, the Zone 2 NCPA fee is separate from what you're occurring here, but I know the staff's desire to, treat these 3 zones similarly. What you are voting on, both on this tab and then also on the next, is essentially a 90-day implementation for the full fee. Here to just say, we would be supportive of a 2-year phase-in, but no longer than that. There are, we have, more than 3.5 miles of River Bluff Parkway already under construction. Obviously, what's happened with costs over the last 5 years, as many in here can anticipate, it just puts you further behind the 8 ball the longer, these things are delayed. So you guys are dealt a tough hand in making, big long-term decisions here. But we recognize the long-term need for this and, to keep Nassau in line and out front with others. But we would ask that you consider that phase-in schedule to be no more than 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hinton. Ms. Heather Hagan? Ms. Heather, I have a card for you on A, B, and AC. It says you wanted 3 minutes on each item?
No, that wouldn't
Or
be necessary.
would you like to compromise? I'll give you 5 now.
I don't know that I'll need 5, but sure.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. So, Heather Hagan, 45639 Musselwhite Road, Callahan, Florida. I know y'all heard me earlier and stuff. And as far as now as the mobility fees, I agree with what they said earlier about on the state highways. We really need to look at those places again, because I have 41 acres on State Road 200, right across from Tributary. And in the recent timber to tides, the county just drew in 2 mobility roads in my 41 acres. One going north and south, one going east and west. So now I have to take my 41 acres and split it basically into 4 pieces of property. They just penciled it in and you guys just approved it. I spoke to them, I said, look, when we first started this, there was no mobility roads in my property. Now at the end of timber to tides, there's 2 mobility roads, splitting my property in half. That's not right. Who's gonna pay for those? Now I have to redraw my civil engineering plans for the skating rink, for the water park, for all of that to coincide with these roads that I have to put in my property. It's my property. Nobody voted for those roads. I surely didn't want them going through my property, but now they're there on y'all's map, which just is absolutely crazy. And as far as, I think Commissioner Martin said something about house prices going down, that a gentleman from CETA mentioned, he had to reduce the prices of houses because nobody's buying them anymore. I'm a realtor in this community, and people buying houses is down. These mobility fees for places on state highways like mine are gonna be astronomical. I'm trying to bring stuff for the residents of this county to do, even just like batting cages. There's batting cages planned for my places. Right now, these residents take their kids to the south side of Jacksonville, to D-bats on the south side of Jacksonville, when they could all be staying here in Nassau County to do this stuff. But I'm really considering, I could take my 41 acres and sell it bare bottom for $8 million today and walk away. But I'm really trying not to do that. I am really trying to bring what this county wants. And this is what these residents have asked for. Restaurants, something for kids to do, skating rinks, all of that. All of that is planned for this project. But now I have to reconfigure it thanks to timber to tides. And I'm gonna have to really think about it if you guys increase these mobility fees, what you're wanting people to do. These roads that are going in, the majority of them are in wild light. The whole map that you guys had up here was all north, south, east, west, all between 95 and 17. Wild light's going all the way west of 95. All these roads, majority are in wild light. They should be paying for that, not the entire county. Not all the residents, not all the people that want to put stuff out here for the county to enjoy. It's unacceptable that you guys would even consider putting that across the board. I know it's probably something you legally have to do, but I think it should be based on where these roads are. It should be based on these developers that are putting these roads in, and that should be their fee, not everybody else's fee. Now, we talked about St. Johns County being the fastest growing county. Being the fastest growing county, they're only implementing their stuff by 50%. Nassau is 13th on that list. Why are we doing it 150% and St. Johns County is only doing it 50%? Anyways, so I would hope that y'all realize what I'm saying about the project that I wanted to bring here, the fact about mobility roads on state highways, the mobility roads that have been put into my piece of property that I don't really have a choice but to, at this particular point in time, to abide by. So hopefully, the grace of God steers me in the right direction to stay in this county. So, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Austin Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Austin Nicholas, 6747 South Point Parkway. I just wanted to address the comments about local government not impacting housing prices, including in that fact versus fiction press release. However, housing industry experts, not Austin Nicholas or NEFBA, have found that local governments actually have the largest impact on housing affordability through approval or denials of projects, thereby controlling supply, and through their comp plan and land development codes, which affect the cost of housing. That's because the county commission controls all of the supply of housing in the county through their approval or denial of proposed housing projects. Housing prices are like any other industry, which are simply just supply and demand. And the commission is the one that's voting on increasing the fees, which will absolutely then be passed on to home buyers and will be tacked onto that eventual price. But thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nicholas. Any board questions or staff or any of the speakers?
Yes, sir,
Mr.
Mr.
Gregg.
Chairman. I have a question or clarification from Mr. Companion, please. Mr. Companion, wildlife, which a lot of people refer to, the ENCPA, Zone 2, it's a separate fee for that, correct? It's not included in Zone 1 or Zone 3. It's all its own entirety for Zone 2, correct? Or am I missing something?
Yes, sir. Through the chair, you are correct. Zone 2 has its own fee and calculation. They use the same methodology, but the roadways that are within Zone 1 for that fee are not within the ENCPA or within the wildlife boundary. And same for the calculation for the roads that are in the west zone, Zone 3. So you have 3 different zones, all with their own calculation based off their own costs and their own projected VMT increases.
Thank you, sir. I thought so. I just wanted to get that on the record.
Yes, sir.
Another question I may have is like the impact fees for construction and mobility. You know, they funded roads like you said, Amelia Island Parkway, the roundabout, the William Burgess Parkway, the William Burgess Roundabout. So it creates jobs and keeps our local economy going here locally in Nassau County with that infrastructure improvements with those mobility fees, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Did I close it? I'm gonna double close the floor for public discussion. Commissioner McCullough.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I want to talk to not just Ms. Hagan, but all commercial development, because this is one of the things that I went through, is really understanding, okay, mobility. And Mr. Brantley brought up a good thing, you know, he and I are both over on the west side. There's not employment centers. We don't have, so even myself, I commute more than 30 miles to come to work every morning. And so when we look at those roadways, that's, when I look at mobility fee from a legislative, not from an emotional perspective, but from a legislative view, I just, and I let Mr. Pope know this, it's on my county phone. I had a long conversation with a lifelong resident Thursday evening and she called me because she was very upset because her son wanted to put in a trailer and they couldn't pay the fees. So when he goes to put in that trailer and he's driving over here like I do, 30 miles a day, does he pay the mobility fee for his 30 years on the road, or does Allison raise and pay more property taxes for the road to go, for him to commute to work? Because we don't have these employment centers yet on the west side. And so when you look at mobility fees, they cannot be looked at as punishment. They cannot be looked at as this horrible implementation by a board to just drive down the housing. It has to look at a sustainable infrastructure plan. When commercial business comes in and puts in, and all these people are now driving to Jacksonville, and you have this one awesome fun center at 95, all these cars will be commuting to this great batting cage center. So do I not have my potholes filled on the dirt road? Do I raise my property taxes for these thousands of cars now coming to visit the commercial center? Or does that initial mobility fee pay for the road improvements for that growth that will incur? And so I think it's very easy to get entangled in the emotional weeds of long-term planning, but we have to look at this legislatively and give a solution to what is the current problem. And that is my opinion.
Thank you, Commissioner McCollum. Mr. Gray, you have any comment, Mr. Farmer?
Well, Robert's slide up there shows that, we're in the top 2% of the nation's growth numbers. And anybody will tell you, you can just tune in and you can see that. I was watching last night, just some latest results that were coming out of the Treasury. And it said that it's $1,050 more today per rooftop in America to operate your home when it comes to lights and groceries and just the things that we need on an everyday basis than it was in 2021. So do the math on that. I mean, it's a lot of money to live. I think everybody sitting in here in front of me knows that, our trips back into the steakhouse, are far and few between here as we tighten our belt, right? So, it's inevitable. I mean, nobody likes an increase. I can't get anybody, show of hands, who likes a tax increase. I mean, if you ask, a crowded restaurant, who in here likes a tax increase? You ain't gonna get nobody to raise their hand. At least on my side of town, you won't. You might get that over the bridge, I mean, because there's a certain demographic that believes more, and no matter how much, you put up there, it's never gonna be enough to that demographic. But, I think that, again, we've got to, it's not a get it, right or left. It's all of us work together to get it right. And it's about long-term projections, long-term planning. It's not right here at the end of our nose. And I think anybody that's anybody can recognize that and see that we're all trying to work together towards a common goal. And, I think it's inevitable. Some of the subpar initial construction of infrastructure and some of those older developments over by me, they're coming back to bite those people that live there, right? They're coming back to, people call me and go, hey, I live over here in such and such, man, the whole front end of our subdivision is failing. It's busted all to pieces. What can we do about it? What will the county do about it? Will you fund it? Will you pay for it? I said, look, man, that's a Robert question, If Clint don't know, he's just gonna plainly tell you, I don't know. And I think that's fair for everybody. Let's sit down, let's work through this together and figure out what we need to do and find a reasonable path forward. But these are all real issues. I mean, there's some serious drainage issues and some of the stuff that got, put out there on the market 30 years ago, and we're all paying the price for it. And so, this is our best effort to make sure that moving forward into the future, we don't leave these same problems for our kids and grandkids. So I appreciate everybody being cordial today. I appreciate everybody, not coming up to the stand to tell us, how bad, we, are in the bottom of the barrel. We'll say that, to keep it clean. But, some of the stuff that, like I said, we get to hear, it's rough, but we're working together, to make things better and separate Nassau County from everybody else. So moving into the future, people, they still look at us as the gem that we are. So that's why we are here today, really. I mean, people, they know that we're different. And they know that sometimes, we let our emotions get the best of us, and sometimes, man, we run rampant on Facebook. And we call people things that we shouldn't call people. So let's don't do that. Let's work together. Let's try to get the facts. If you don't understand something, like I responded to several of the people that have reached out to me, if you'd like to orchestrate a meeting with staff, there's people here that are way smarter than Clint. Let's sit down with those people and let's get your questions answered. As we move into the future, a lot of people have no idea what accessory dwelling units are. I heard a lot of people talk about my kids, what my kid's gonna do, where can I put them if I aspire to, they've lived here their whole life, they can't afford to build. Well, that's why we institute accessory dwelling units. So, just because you haven't heard about it, just because you don't know about it, don't have the knowledge about it, doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Come to us, let us help you try to move forward. And, let's be reasonable through the course of this and realize that this is all based on growth projections and fact-based information. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Gray?
Mr. Chairman, thank you, sir, for allowing me to speak. First, I'd like to thank our staff, Marshall Ironman, Mr. Pope, and Ms. May, and NEFBA as well, because when they call for a meeting, our staff is always welcoming to attend with me to a meeting to NEFBA and listen to all of our partners' concerns out there. And I think we've had about 3 of them. So we've moved the ball forward, and Commissioner Gray, has always looked for a win-win solution. Try to protect our local businesses and our business partners, protecting jobs, people out there working, and our existing Nassau County taxpayers. So here again, I'm gonna throw out another win-win solution that, in my opinion, is something that allows us to move forward, lets new growth pay for itself, and it also gives us an option and a chance to pivot if things get sideways and the economy goes a little south, either further than it does. It gives us an opportunity. It don't put us in a box. I like to think outside of the box. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer a motion, if I may.
I will entertain a motion on tab AC.
Okay. Based upon the review of the applicable testimony and evidence provided, my motion is to approve the adoption of the ordinance amending Chapter 36 of the Nassau County Code of Ordinance entitled Mobility Fees as it pertains to mobility impact fees. This is my add-on, Ms. May, with a 2-year phase-in implementation equally.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The phase-in effect, in my opinion, allows us some flexibility.
Motion's understood. Thank you, Mr. Gray.
Thank you, sir.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Gray, second by Commissioner Farmer. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner McCullough,
Yes.
Commissioner Gray,
Yes.
Commissioner Farmer,
Yes.
Chair Hutman.
Yes.
4 ayes, 0 nays. Your motion carries.
Thank you. Tab AA, I'm going to reopen tab AA. I tell you what, I'm going to take a 5-minute recess.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Convene, Board of County Commissioners, it's 11:47. Tab AA. Final public hearing to consider adoption of the ENCPA Mobility Fee Agreement Amendment. Mr. Companion, welcome back, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Robert Companion, Deputy County Manager / County Engineer. Similar to the previous item, AC, that you just heard, this is for your Zone 2 ENCPA. Actually, this is the agreement first, in tab, I believe, AA. Again, changes in that agreement were based upon changes to the Zone 2 network, which really didn't change much except for alignment of the roadways and, of course, dates, and the cost, obviously, since 2021 to now has increased as well. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. I have no public speaker cards. Mr. Farmer.
I just wanted
Commissioner
to
Farmer.
ask, I don't know if you have this off the cuff or not, but I was talking to one of the earlier speakers that has a lot to do with, roadways and infrastructure, and I asked him, I said, what is a mile of paved DOT-approved roadway cost right now? Because I know what it used to cost, and I'm not in that business, but do you have a current estimate as we saw prices climb?
I'll give you a ballpark, two-lane road rural section, which means swales, ditches, that kind of stuff is probably around the $5 to $6 million price range. Now, that's just for the construction. You start factoring the inspection cost and the design costs, it can go a little bit northward of that. So 5 to 6 million for a standard two-lane road now. And for a curb and gutter roadway with underground drainage, you're talking nearly $10 million per mile. And I can remember, I've been in this role for a little while, but it's only been since 2019. And I can remember when those numbers were closer to 2 to 3 million and 4 to 5 million. So they've definitely I would say more than doubled in the last 5 years.
Yeah, I think that's very important information, because again, it's just, in Clint's terms, being real. Let's just keep it real, right? Thank you, Mr. Commander.
Thank you. No other questions?
No, sir.
I'll close the tab to public discussion. Board deliberation, or I'll entertain a motion on tab AA.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Gray.
I'd like to make a motion, please. Based on the review of the applicable testimony and evidence provided, my motion is to approve the adoption of the ENCPA Mobility Fee Agreement Amendment.
With a 2-year phase-in, sir?
No, just only how I just stated.
Theirs will also be a 2-year phase-in.
You have to
would.
do the phase.
It will fall the other
Okay.
times.
Yeah, that,
All right, let me, okay, I'll amend that to include a 2-year phase-in equally.
okay, I have a motion
Each year.
from Commissioner Gray,
Second.
second by Commissioner McCullough. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Gray,
Yes.
Commissioner McCullough,
Yes.
Commissioner Farmer,
Yes.
Chair Hutman,
Yes.
4 ayes, 0 nays, your motion carries.
Tab AB. Final public hearing to consider the adoption of ordinance amending Chapter 29, Article 7 of the Nassau County Code of Ordinances entitled East Nassau Community Planning Area Mobility Network as it pertains to mobility impact fees. I will open the floor to public discussion on tab AB. Mr. Companion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Robert Companion, Deputy County Manager / County Engineer for the record. The last item obviously was for the agreement with the ENCPA. This is the actual ordinance itself, adopting the fees and the roadway network. And again, we'll look at this map here to show you the improvements that will be a part of your Zone 2 mobility plan. The total cost for those improvements, roughly $492 million over the next, again, approximately 20-year horizon. And basically, their math works out to where their cost per VMT is roughly $102.35, whereas I'll recall you to remember that 106.64 was your number in the East Zone. They're very similar to each other. And so a fee for a single-family home will be roughly $10,875.93 at full implementation. Again, since you adopted the 2-year phase-in or 2-year implementation, that obviously will break that up over equal amounts as well if it is the board's will.
Thank you, sir. I have no speaker cards for tab AB. Any questions for Mr. Companion?
I do. Well, no, I don't. I'm sorry, I apologize.
Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the floor to public discussion on tab AB. Board deliberation, or I'll entertain a motion on AB.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Gray.
I have a question for council, please.
Okay,
Council, can I approve or deny this as written, or do I have to do 2 years?
With a 2-year phase.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I'd like to present you with a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Gray.
Based on the review of the applicable testimony and evidence provided, my motion is to approve the adoption of an ordinance amending Chapter 29, Article VI 11 of the Nassau County Code of Ordinance entitled the East Nassau County Planning Area Mobility Network as it pertains to mobility impact fees over 2 years equally.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Gray, second by Commissioner Farmer. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner McCullough?
Yes.
Commissioner Farmer?
Yes.
Commissioner Gray?
Yes.
Chair Hupman?
Yes.
4 ayes, 0 nays, your motion carries.
General public comment. Comments can be for items under the authority of the Board of County Commissioners. Time limit is 3 minutes. I have no additional speaker cards at this time. County Manager, any additional business for the board?
Yes, sir. We were previously scheduled to discuss the potential acquisition of a new boat ramp property on the St. Mary's River. We're going to move that discussion to the first meeting in January, and we'll come back with additional information at that time.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to move item AD
To a future date, yes, sir.
to a future date
So
in
moved.
January.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Gray, second by Commissioner Farmer. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we'll move that to January. Thank you. Any additional business, Mr. Pope?
No, sir, thank you.
County Attorney, any additional business today?
I have no additional business, but would like to announce for the clerk that I will need a few minutes after this meeting to provide you with the proper documents for signature.
Right, for those amendments, amended motions, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I'm not going anywhere for a while. All right. County Commissioner business, Commissioner Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm gonna keep it short and sweet. Thanks everyone for the dialogue. Thanks everyone for being reasonable. Like I said, there was one or two that reached out to me, and they show me their teeth and I show them my teeth, and then we get back to square one again. I appreciate everybody, being cordial and working together through this. It's growing pains. I mean, it really truly is. Like to congratulate Miss Holly Cole on her upcoming retirement. She's here in the crowd here. Here in a little bit, we'll all get together and celebrate her. She's got some big shoes to fill, and I know she'll be well missed. And like to congratulate those firefighters on their retirement, Matt Wagner, Bradley Pearson, and William Davis, and thank them all for serving Nassau County for many years. Like to thank my buddy Pooh Bear for his years of service. I see him all the time out and about. A big asset to the Road and Bridge Department, I mean, it's getting tougher and tougher to find guys to fill some of those jobs. And a guy like him to spend 25 years in that seat, man, it says a lot about his character. And he's a really, really gem of a guy. If you get a minute to talk to him, he truly is a really good guy. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gray?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Keep it short and sweet. On Saturday, December 13, the community students of Yulee and the Lions Club here in Yulee held a community holiday celebration for Christmas from 11 to 2 p.m. They had free food. They had Touch a Truck with Buford, the fire truck there. I attended the event. It was well attended. A lot of local citizens brought their kids out with pictures with Santa. And then they went to Wilson Neck community around 4 p.m. and they handed out toys at the Wilson Neck Claxton boat ramp. So that was a real busy day, Saturday, December 13th, and I was there with them at the Lions Club. On Saturday, December 20th, this coming Saturday, the Yulee Christmas Parade begins at 10 a.m. Yours truly will be out there. And I'll be out there handing candy to children, and my family will be out there, and we'll be supporting our community, building community by attending an event. If you want a fun time, come on out. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Commissioner McCullough?
Yes, sir. I'm going to second everything that everybody has said today. Miss Coyle has been such an encouragement to me. Lord knows I actually just cried, and she keeps me on track. She's like, look, we've got hard work to do, and she is such an encouragement to me, and she will be greatly missed. I'm so lucky that I have got to serve with her the last 3 years, and I'm grateful for her constant words of wisdom and just directness, so thank you, Holly. Make sure that when we hire the new person in your role, I can't even say replacement, that she knows she's got me to deal with. So, you know, there is so much busyness going on in this Christmas season, and I always go back to the real reason for the season. And I think about Mary and Joseph and that day when Jesus was born in a manger because there was no room anywhere else. And I myself am so guilty of getting so busy with breakfast and this party and that. And I would encourage everyone just to remember that the real reason for the season, that there's so much that it's so easy to be so negative, but literally the reason for Christmas is that Jesus was born in a manger to eventually die on the cross for our sins. And so I would just encourage through this busy season that you just take time to resonate on the real reason for Christmas. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner McCullough. I'd like to echo the sentiments, the firefighters, a career spent in service to the county. Thank you for that. Mr. Pooh Bear, what a great call sign, Pooh Bear. Another career spent. Ms. Ford, a career of service to the citizens in Nassau County. We can only be grateful to those folks and say thank you. Holly, good luck, we're gonna miss you. Yeah, you know, I don't wanna say how many years, because then it would, you know, be a reference to age, but you've done an exceptional job, not just for our county, but for the state of Florida and for other counties as well. Thank you for all you've done, we're really grateful. That brings me to another comment. We've spent months on this hearing today, months on it. We've had a professional firm with 1,000 studies across many municipalities in the United States, months of work, 3 public meetings, private discussions, one-on-one with all the stakeholders to try to come to agreements and terms. And then, you know, in the last 5 days, certainly the push by, I'd say, industry and private folks to small business, and then public comment. All that gets taken very seriously in these motions, and I'm just going to restate my position that growth has to pay for itself. It has to happen not on the backs of taxpayers. And I know that we will now be subject to the nameless, faceless criticism by social media and other outlets that are going to say, we and the staff, the very professional and competent staff, just didn't get this right. So we'll hear it. I say that we have flexibility to adjust because we are imperfect humans. There's a reminder for this time of the year. We are imperfect humans. If we didn't get it right, we can flex that back in the future. But I think we got it right today for the well-being of Nassau County moving forward. So I stand by that. I'd like to say congratulations to the folks that put on Dickens on Center last weekend, and I'd like to thank God for the weather. It was just a beautiful weekend in town, and that thing boomed. I think they estimated 80,000 people participated in Dickens on Center this year. That's a new record. So well done to CVB and all those folks that put that together. As Mr. Martin would say, I'll speak for him since he can't be here now on Zoom. Kudos to all the above, because that's what John would say. And lastly, I want to thank the staff, senior staff, everybody in the Nassau County staff for this year as chairman. It has been my distinct honor and privilege to serve in this role and oversee the meetings and how we do business. Commissioner McCullough, I wish you great luck in the new year. I'm sure you will do exceptionally well. It has been my pleasure, my honor to serve, and I look forward to the next year in Nassau County. Thanks, folks. Have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.